And welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning into this week's edition of Otter Talk for Blue Otter Diamond League. I'm your host this week, Isaac. Joining me are three members, or at least two members of Goobers, arguably the two most notable ones. Flame, say hello.
Hello.
Right, and we've also got Source Walker in as well.
Hello.
Yeah, and also joining us today is someone who will be playing the stream match tonight, which, if coming for this first round of playoffs, is Grown Boys Clique and Elysium Aries. We have the mid laner of Grown Boys Clique, Shanku.
What's up, guys? What's up?
Yeah, so coming into before we go into like discussing the series ahead, I kind of just want to talk about like your seasons gone past. We kind of like covered it slightly before the stream began, but we can go into it, especially for one who may have had not have as a profound of a season. We'll go over Grown Boys Clique season as a whole with Shanku first, if you feel like it.
Yeah, like what do you want? You just want me to go over like?
Yeah, just kind of reflect back on like things you like that your team like. Give me your favorite moment of the season. Like honestly, favorite moment.
Favorite moment. Honestly, probably breaking our loss streak a week ago. That was probably amazing for us. It also put us into playoffs. But yeah, it's been a rough second half of the season, I will say. We picked up a new jungler. That took some adjustment.
Yeah, Rigor Mortis. He's been really good.
Yeah, no, he's very solid. He has like really good fundamentals. He's a solid voice for the team, which I think we needed.
That's good. That's good to hear. We could also we also kind of watched your series last week against Art of War Esports kind of as a whole with Diamond Flame or Sourcewalker. I don't know if you guys were there to see that, or at least towards the end of it, maybe.
I was not there to watch it, unfortunately.
No? Flame?
It was a banger.
It was an absolute banger. Damn. Well,
The only thing I remember, sorry to cut you off, but the only thing I remember was someone saying, and I think the old general chat saying, "Bro, this Graves can carry the entire game," and that's the only thing I remember before going to sleep.
He was terrorizing us, bro. He was actually just terrorizing our jungler, and we were just trying to keep it together until like our comp came online. It was definitely a mental test for our team there.
Yeah, especially with all that on the line, but nonetheless, you did make it through to the end, and now you are here to talk about it as a playoff team coming into this one. But also, we'll head over to Source Walker and Flame, two Goobers players. I mean, reflected favorite. What are your guys' favorite moment from Goobers this year coming into playoffs?
I'll let you go first. Source.
No, my top laner should go first.
Let me go first. Favorite moments. Individually is probably like my own performance against GBC actually. Sorry.
You're a menace. You're an absolute menace that series. I'll give it to you.
Sorry about that. But Yone is one of my favorite champions, and it's nice to be able to play him. And then for like a team aspect, I think probably the stream series against Akuma.
Against Akuma Sabers, that was fire.
Most people view us as like the 1-2 in the league currently, and then most people view me and Basing as the 1-2 top laner. So it was nice to play against him and get to show off that I'm better.
Okay, yeah, I could see that.
Yes, it's my turn. I guess my favorite part of the series, I guess from a team aspect, is our, bounce back from losing against TPF Tempest and then winning against Akuma the next week.
Yeah.
Like that loss, I'm pretty sure put everyone perception of our team into the dumps.
Yeah, I remember seeing that result and just like rubbing my eyes, going, "Wait, hold up, are TPF Tempest good?"
The goats.
They're the goats. They're the goats.
They're either the goats or we're the frauds. But
I mean, to be fair, they did lose to Art of War Esports, which is Art of War's only win. So maybe TPF Tempest are just built different.
It is what it is.
Just to be fair, TPF Tempest are kind of built different. I can respect them for that.
I mean, I think that really goes to show you, like, anyone can win on any day, given the right circumstances, so it is what it is. One bad series should not define a team or any player, ideally.
Yeah.
Ideally, yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
Unless you have some generational moments, like my boy Clips. I had to do him dirty like that. Bro. He is my goat though.
You gotta drop the clip in chat now.
No, that'd be too vile.
Yeah, do, please do.
No.
All right, well,
That's too vile.
we could always be left wanting. But moving on a bit to the two series coming up, and maybe a little bit of the playoffs as a whole if we have the time, too. But coming up, I kind of want to go. We touched on it earlier, but Elysium, Ares, and Grown Boys Clicks. We shift over to the bracket of the upcoming. I think we might use my pick'ems. I think are the ones that's going to be used as it's coming up now. Yeah.
Crazy.
Just pay. Don't mind that.
It's all right, man. No worries.
You know, I
playing
coming
like
to
that.
this one. I looked at the guest list coming in, and I looked at my pick'ems, and I was just like, oh, man, come on, you seriously?
Yeah, I can't blame you, man.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, no,
blame you.
I did this on like Monday before I knew who the guests were, just so I didn't have that influence my choice. And then they dropped the guest and who was coming in. I was just like, man. So,
I mean, considering how our season went, I can't blame you. I'm be honest. You know, our match against Art was probably a good showcase of like what we can like do as a team, and we're not like absolutely just venting. But yeah, the rest of the season definitely would support your argument that we get 3-0. I won't lie.
Yeah. I mean, you guys have been kind of coming into it a little bit towards the end. I mean, obviously, it hasn't necessarily been perfect for Grown Boys Clique. I mean, last week was certainly not perfect, but you did what you needed to do to be here, and so, I mean, you did somewhat agree with me there, saying that it probably wasn't the most egregious prediction ever. But how are Grown Boys Clique going to take down Elysium Ares tonight?
I'm calling it 3-2. 3-2 us.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Elysium does have the play styles that they're good at, and I think their matches against the other teams have showed us some of the weaknesses that they have. So as long as, you know, our preparation is correct and we can execute, I think we could take the series.
Got it. Source Walker, Flame, anything on Elysium Ares and Grow Boys Clique?
You want to go first or me, Flame?
I'll go first, I guess. So, you know, I did a bunch of research for like the content piece that I just put out, so shameless plug there. But
Hell yeah,
I think that Elysium match up very well into GBC, because I think a lot of the power from GBC comes from the bot lane with Nightmare and Nahor, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but I think that Oswald and Hooked are like probably the best 2v2 in the league right now. So I think it's gonna be a little hard for them there. And Tough Daddy likes to play to roam, so he can get them ahead. But if they're able to kind of stop them from, you know, going crazy, then I think they have a decent shot.
All right, well, heading over to the other side of the bracket, Mars and the Four Wards against Final Boss Diamond, which this one had to be delayed until next Tuesday because a lot of the wards of Mars and the Four Wards could not make it, and they were able to agree on a time for that. But we'll get a quick overview of it, and you know, I have 3-0, and any objections to this prediction?
I put it personally in my own predictions of a 3-1. I think Mars's like team average is much higher than Final Boss's realistically. But if they ever hit like a low point in a game because their early game does not go well, Final Boss will probably take the game off realistically, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because I don't know if any of you guys have seen some of those games, but some of those games get bloody real fast. And if Mars's team don't win the quote unquote coin flip, let's just say the game might spiral a little bit.
Okay, that's fair, actually, considering it now. I can get behind that. Shanku, Flame, anything on these two teams?
You can go, Shanku.
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's gonna be definitely a close match. I can't say for sure since It's hard for me to rate the power of the team since when we were playing, our team was just like actually not functioning well while we played both teams. But just from like the match history, I think it's gonna go to Mars just because they seem to function more like better as a unit than Final Boss, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah. That. I mean, yeah. I'd say Pillar of Autumn, right? I mean, in the jungle, has definitely been a large focal point for that Mars and the Four Wards team. I don't actually know their. Do you guys like memorize their numbers in like the blue in the Discord? Because I know they all go by ward numbers 1 to 4, and it makes it a little bit difficult to track who's saying what because not
just know their
everybody's
IGNs,
name matches up.
I just know their IGNs and like profile pictures. I ignore ward number 1 through 4, like the actual tag of it.
Ward 3 is Pillar of Autumn. Ward 4 is Crisp. I think Ward
Okay.
2 is Dwamni.
That is my article maker right there. The knowledge.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, we've got the. I don't know. the insider info, the sneaking into Mars and the Four Wards. But I guess if we can look ahead to further down the line, up in the playoffs, since we do have 2 Omega Goobers here, and we'll cover that side of it first. I mean, we're assuming that Mars and the Four Wards probably go through, but yeah, we'll go with that. How does Omega Goobers prepare to take down most likely Mars and the Four Wards?
I'll let Flame talk on this one.
Bro, no, you always let me talk. That's all you know.
No, all you, bro. You have to do something.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I think Mars and the Four Wards will probably be the hardest match for us between them and Akuma.
Oh,
I think.
Okay.
Which I know might surprise some people, but I think this is gonna be stylistically a harder match for us, just by the way that they play. They like to play with like overloading sides, weak side bot, and kind of like enabling their solo laners to carry with like picks like Ivern, Sejuani, Amumu, things like that. But I do think, of course, we'll win. But it's probably going to be a 3-2, probably the closest series of playoffs.
Okay. I mean, I how do I expand on that? I mean, that it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, I fully agree. Yep, nothing quite else to add. I don't know. I guess we'll head over to the unless it's Source Walker.
Yeah, let's
you're
Source
given
say
a chance.
something.
Yeah, Source.
I think it'll be pretty interesting to see how team dynamics play out because I think both teams are known quantities just based on the regular season. I think most people know what like each other's teams like play at this point, and it'll be really interesting to see like how pick prios change throughout like games 1 through 4 because it's full fearless, and I think this is everyone's full like first experience with the BO5 fearless draft. So
Yeah.
it'll be very interesting to see how like the most realistic like game 4, game 5 situation like happens in the draft.
Okay.
So
I will say I do favor us like pretty strongly in a long series like that. And if it goes game 5, I'm like 100% faith that we just win.
Okay. All right.
no
I like the
no
confidence there.
no bans. Let's go.
Yep, we're
Yeah.
getting Mastery.
Hell yeah. Actually, they brought up an interesting point with the fearless best of 5s Shanku. How have you or just GBC of a whole kind of prepared for that coming into this one? This is kind of I guess untested territory for I would assume for most of us. I mean, myself included as a caster. I haven't done this, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fearless is personally really enjoy Fearless just because it forces people to widen their champ pool, and it kind of
That's for sure.
pokes holes. Yeah, it pokes holes in players who can't adapt very well, personally. But definitely game 5 is always going to be a banger since no bans, right? So whatever you don't want the enemy team to play or whatever they don't want you to play, you're definitely going to get at game 5. So that's going to be a banger, definitely, in my opinion.
Now the question is, with no bans in Game 5, and assuming that Mars and the forwards advances, do we think Mars and the forwards picks Master Yi just so Source Walker doesn't get it?
If he doesn't,
I would
it's
love to see
disrespectful.
people I would love to see some people play
you
that
have to do
champion.
it. You have to do it.
That would be max bans. I would love to. That would make my series if I were to see that. But yeah, going on to the thing as a whole, since at that point past the semifinals, there's no guaranteed teams going through. Who do we have winning the whole thing? Actually, I'm going to go with you to Shanku first. I have a feeling the Goobers players will be saying Goobers, but
Oh well, I wouldn't be a GBC player if I didn't say GBC is gonna win it all. Right?
oh yeah, let's go.
You already know. You already know. There's a world that we win. Hopefully, it's this world. You know what I mean?
I could get behind that. Always back yourself to win it, and
Exactly.
yeah, you always got to go in with that belief. And I'm just realizing we're all in playoffs, and that maybe that's not the best question, but yeah, the Goobers, yeah, just the Goobers. What do you, who do you have winning the whole thing?
I definitely have the only like quote unquote real contenders being Akuma, us, and Mars. So
That's yeah, that's
I'll
how
see
I
you in
read it
finals.
coming in this.
I'll see you in finals.
Oh yeah. So
I hope to see you in finals. It'll be a banger.
So with that, so now that those words have been said, it's probably going to be a GBC final boss diamond finals, guys. It's just that's what the script has. It's
That would be crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
unfortunate, but
It would be it'd be the T1 miracle run, bro.
see, except T1's actually good though, so
Yo,
Whoa,
that's
whoa,
crazy, bro.
Wow.
What? That's so crazy.
okay. Let's be
I got the clutch gene.
let's
I have the
let's
clutch
let's
gene.
be
That's
real.
all I'm saying.
It's like comparing any of us to T1 is just like, guys, come on.
No, I'm just saying it'd be a miracle run, like a miracle run because they
Yeah.
both GBC and final were like what 5th and 6th.
Fifth and sixth, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say it'd be more miraculous if Final Boss Diamond made it to finals. Being personal here, because they've not looked good at all recently. Only one win in the last 5 weeks coming into it, and I believe it was against Art of War Esports. So
Sounds like us.
yeah, true. Yeah, but yeah, but like your actual like who do you got winning? Just for finality's sake, Source Walker Flame.
Definitely, it should be us in my heart of hearts. As long as I get to finals and don't play like a monkey again, I believe in us.
If you guys get blue side game 5 and finals, is it just over for Sabres? Because assuming it's Sabres.
All I'm gonna say is if I beat one Master Yi against any of these teams, it's a wrap, surely.
To be fair, it has happened once in this regular season. It got through, I believe, in game week 2.
Yeah.
Who was that
Maybe.
against?
No, I
Yeah.
believe it was the
Kediment.
first Kediment.
Kediment? Okay.
Yeah, week 2
Yeah.
against Kediment.
I will say this: if Omega beats Akuma, in finals and it goes game 5 and I beat one Yi, I scar their entire lineup.
Yeah.
All
we,
right, you love to hear it.
We have a lot of history with Akuma. So this majority of this OMG roster played in ADL last split, where we made finals, and Akuma was like our #1 scrim partner. They helped us like get ready for it. So going into the league, both teams like know each other very well. So there's a reason Source will never get mastery.
Yeah.
Until game 5.
Yeah.
Unless a game 5 occurs.
Yes. But not including us, just because I think it's obviously boring to say myself will win. I honestly think whoever wins the matchup between us and Mars and the forwards will win.
Okay.
I think Akuma is
Right.
like on a slump right now. I don't know how they're feeling currently, but I think Mars has a very good style and they play it pretty much perfectly. So
All right. Real finals being Omega Gurus and Elysium here. What am I talking about? Mars and the forward.
It's literally just like Worlds, guys. The semifinals is the real finals. It's fine.
Yeah, we all know how that goes down, because the team who ends up winning finals, the other one didn't matter, and semifinals is just the final. I think we should just take that all the way back to its logical extreme and say week 1 is the finals, guys.
Week 1's the only one that matters.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think my week 1 prediction of Art of War esports being playoff worthy, I think that still holds up by that logic. So
Yeah,
well,
that one didn't age too well, but
yeah, okay.
Sometimes we miss.
All
It
right,
happens.
coming into
Yeah.
the season, they were just like the
Yeah.
production was like, give me one hot take, and I had to come up with a hot take, and well, let's just say that take kind of cooled off a bit.
Okay, but if you're ranking off of like logo, they do have like the best logo in the league.
Ooh,
That logo goes so hard.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
TPF Tempest is a close second, I'd say.
Here's
I agree.
another thing, by the way. Does BOL do like all stars?
Yes, I asked Bully. He said they're doing All Stars and MVP.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have that to
That
look
could be a
forward
good
to.
good topic.
Good
I
to
mean,
MVP like front runners.
MVP frontrunners. I mean, other than I think Flame. We're going to throw it out.
That
I
guy's
mean,
kind of good, I guess.
assuming that. See, the thing is with MVP is that oftentimes it goes to the team that wins the whole thing. So I guess at this point it'd just be like going MVP for each individual team. So we'll start with Grown Boys Clique. If they win it all, Sean Koo. Who are you
Yes,
giving
sir.
it to?
MVP for my team?
Yeah.
Oh, it's gotta be my GOAT, Nightmare, Saul,
Yeah.
Lady Care. Yeah,
The
no, he's
finals-
Hmm?
No, yeah.
Sorry?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, he's just like, just a great teammate to have around, and he's just a great player, so can't complain. Keeps the team together. I love him.
So, I mean, yeah, I guess MVP, like, as a general, I mean, I've thrown out mine as Flame. Also, Source Walker Flame. Feel free to say yourselves, but we kind of, because we'll go to Goobers next. Feel free, because, like, honestly, if it came up MVP, Source Walker, MVP Flame, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Me personally, I would say Source. I think Source has done a lot for us. It's kind of weird because I'm like basically talking to him right now.
Yeah.
Um, he's done a lot for us. He even in like our losses, like we had like a really bad loss against TPF. Like in those games, he was like the one thing that was like pretty much keeping us in those games for as long as we did. His early game has been like pretty much phenomenal. Like every single game where he is able to get 6 scrubs, early dragons, multiple dives on lanes and things like that, covering when we need it, being able to deny enemy jungler camps and things like that, and just like generally just very like good and efficient pathing. And I think there's no jungle that can match him right now.
Alright, Source Walker, who's your MVP for this season?
For the season or the team?
You know what? For the team. For the team.
For the team,
Feel free to say yourself, by the way.
I will not. I'll say this without trying to seem I have ego, but I do not think like our roster would look like nearly the same without me. I am definitely like, I surely Flame would agree with this. I am like a driving force, on the roster, like in game and personality wise. So
Oh,
I think the team would definitely be completely unrecognizable with me if I like subbed one game.
that's respect.
That's yeah.
But you agree with that statement, Flame?
Yeah, I mean it's obviously like most people don't know, but Source has like elite level shot calling, where he will pretty much lay out like everything that you want to do for the first like 20 minutes of the game, and that's why we're, in my opinion, one of the more early game dominant teams, and it's all because of like his pathing and his planning.
All right. Well, as we're approaching 10 minutes till the start of the series, Sean Koo, I do want to give you time to go prepare for a team. I also think, was it Source Walker or Flame? I know one of you said you had your own series to get to.
Yeah, I
today
FF'd
in a
it
different
apparently,
league.
so you know.
Oh, well.
Oh, boy.
My
Well-
bot lane's missing. I'm lucky.
Well, either way, we'll try to wrap it up now, but one final thing that I want to go over to. They have a top 10 of most banned champions. I want you guys to take a guess whether or not Master Yi is in it or not.
I don't think I played enough series or Master Yi's in it. There's no shot.
I wanna say no.
It's like with how many games I played and how many games there should have been, he's probably like 8% ban rate, I would have to say.
That's probably harder than that. Maybe like around 20.
It's banned every game against you guys though. No?
Yeah, but like every team has played like about what 20 at least like 20 matches,
Yeah.
I say it's possible it's down there.
and they're like 200 games this season. These are 10 teams. It's like 10% or so, right?
About, yeah.
Yeah.
So no? No.
No.
Shanku?
I'm saying yes.
Saying yes. You got faith that Source Walker's Bastion is just that insane?
Yeah, I got faith.
That's
it.
Well, unfortunate news. Shanku, I do love the looking forward to it, the hype around it, but no, unfortunately. I was also kind of hoping that Master Yi would like maybe sneak in at number 10.
That'd be so funny if it did.
Yeah, it would have been hilarious, but not quite. It actually sits at 12th. So,
12? Really? That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
actually crazy.
Yeah, because a lot of the bands, like the typical bands, fall off pretty fast after around number 8.
Mm.
So wait, what is Master Yi's like overall ban rate this split?
It is I think 8% is you're right.
Oh damn.
That's actually
Okay.
crazy.
That's insane. Yeah. So. Yeah, it was close, but
Yo,
not quite.
Flame. If every single one of our series went to 3 games, I'm pretty sure we hit that 10% mark.
Yeah, you get it.
You sneak in there. Well. All right, we're going to close it out here. Give Shanku a bit more time to prepare for his team. Any final shout outs from you three?
I believe in GBC now. My goat Shanku believed in hitting the top 10% ban mark rate. I am now a believer.
Yes, sir. Join the church.
Well, that's actually a good place to send it off. So thank you for tuning in for this Otter Talk. I've been Isaac. Wookie Monster's been producing it, and we'll see you in a little bit for the Elysium Aries and Grown Boys Clique matchup. So don't go anywhere. We'll bring that to you in just a few moments. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for tuning in for the Blue Otter Diamond League's quarterfinals here in the first round between Elysium, Aries, and Grown Boys Clique. I'm Isaac. Alongside me today is Glor Snacks.
What's up, guys? I'm back.
Yeah, and so coming into this one, we're getting straight into the bands. I'm going through it very quickly. It's going to be Viego, Nocturne, and Zillion, the takeaways from Elysium, Aries. But coming out, we see a lot of focus on that ADC pool from Grown Boys Clique, trying to remove a few of the available options from Dark Lord, Oswald being Kog'Maw, and Jinx, immediate takeaways.
Nagalio as well, and first pick Quirky. Okay, well,
No, go ahead.
You're gonna go ahead and pick the most broken AD character in the game. Then we're gonna immediately try and pick Ashe, trying to neutralize it, and then wonder why our Ashe is suddenly gonna get exploded by a 600 HP Q at level 9. But hey, you know, happens.
Yeah, lethality Corky's been a thing that's been rising in popularity, and it definitely does have that sort of level coming through, and also straight away, no real surprises here. I'm assuming that these are probably going to be going into the hands of both ADCs, unless if we get a shift up to Tough Daddy there on the Corky. But yep, Seraphine, the next lock-in for Grown Boys Clique, a pretty good bot lane duo there alongside Ashe, as well as just being a decently good pick there for Grown Boys Clique, locking in a lot of the priority early on there on that bottom lane, and it's nice to see what the expectations somewhat coming through immediately.
It's interesting what you pair with this Corky. Do you go Enchanter for Enchanter match or Jhin?
Ooh.
It's Corky mid. Okay.
Corky mid for Tough Daddy. All right.
Jhin,
I think, has been. I think Jin's slightly int. At least so from what we've seen in Blue Water Diamond. I haven't necessarily checked on its win rate, but since it hasn't really been picked at all in recent weeks, I'm going to assume it hasn't shifted much from where it sat at 38% in Blue Water Diamond not so long ago. As Leona will be which I guess isn't too much of a surprise being paired alongside the Jhin.
I kind of don't like the Leona Jhin. Think you can go like Jhin Nami and have an easier time versus the Seraphine. But I guess if you just consistently get on her, it's still fine. And Xin Zhao, which is a Rigor Mortis special when he does not get his Viego.
All right. Well, tell us a bit more about that, because I know you were saying earlier before the broadcast that you've played against Rigor Mortis a few times and have knowledge specifically on Rigor Mortis. From like
all I gotta say is that Rigor Mortis, do not go 11-1 and lose the game this time. I will be severely disappointed.
Oh yeah, that's well, luckily they have 5 more chances, or at least 4, I guess 4 more afterwards if that does come through. But no real surprises in terms of bans from GBC going focus that jungle pool. OP kill switch, definitely a formidable opponent there. I mean, I think it was week 8 we got to see OP kill switch, or was it week? No, that was the week that I was out. I was out and I was watching the replay. It was week 7, I believe that would have been, where they lined up the Amumu ult perfectly with Gnar and the Galio. That just kind of layered together in what was probably one of the most satisfying link ups in CC I may have potentially ever seen.
I think I was casting that.
You may have been.
I think I was legit Braum. Okay, so it's Seraphine mid.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. That's a pick of all time, I think.
I mean, I guess it's good into Leona, I suppose, and then Seraphine can go mid. Which, so yeah, I can see it's a bit of a surprise. Plus that opens up counter pick for your top laner, which, I mean, Nutty Nate has had the necessarily the best season so far, but I guess if you could throw him on a counter pick, it might help to ease out that player in the top side a little bit. Maybe is the idea from
Leah.
Grown Boys Clique.
So, ooh, this is really bad now for Zin because he has not really any easy access. The easiest access he has is Talia, and there's the Ornn lock-in.
Yeah, I mean a pretty decent blind lane, good blind top laner. You know, incredible team fighting with the Call of the Forge God coming through there. I don't necessarily think he's been the most popular, but I mean, I was probably would have expected to see maybe something more along the lines of Cassante coming through as in terms of a blind pick. But this is fine. But okay, Dr. Mundo.
Okay, thank God we
Dear
did not
choice.
lock
I was
in
about
that
to say,
Yone.
yeah, they hovered Yone, and I was like, ooh, because the time was ticking down very quickly, and I thought for a second, I was just like, ooh, pause, let's not do that. But Dr. Mundo definitely seems a bit more reasonable there for Grown Boys Clique.
Okay, we may have had a scare there. Actually, it was an actual jump scare there with that Yone.
Yeah, I know. Last week, Ulk Battery was saying it's like I have a jump scare prepared for you with his 5-minute Satoru Gojo cosplay. I mean, the Yone hover was a lot more scary than that. Much more of a jump scare. I'm
Oh
just going to say that
Jesus!
straight away.
Whew. Yone would have not done a lot this game, I think. Yone would have lost early game to Yorn. Then he would have been executed by Talia for existing. Yeah, no. I really, really don't like the Seraphine option into this Corki. I think it doesn't do enough that what you want it to do and scale alongside with the Corki. Because if you just somehow lose early game and Elysium has an early game comp, it's really hard for you to come back into this game unless you hit a 5-man Seraphine ult.
Yeah, and also Grown Boys Clique as well. I think their competition just lacks quite a bit of damage coming like straight up. I mean, if they're able to live long enough, Ashe can start to kind of do work, especially if you find a decent angle. I mean, really, there's. Then again, it's a bit hard to. I mean, go through Ornn especially, but also a bit to Leona. It's like. I guess there's a lot of early concerns I have from the Grown Boys Clique comp, especially if these fights go quickly. Maybe if it extends out long enough, maybe if the Seraphine heals come through in time, and if this gets delayed to that extent, we might be able to see. But even then, you think Corki on the other side of Elysium areas, I mean, there's definitely not a lacking there for Elysium. I'm thinking.
I mean, Ashe could, go the Gumayushi build, maybe, even though it's already nerf static, but
Yeah. I don't. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, they're first off playing on completely different patches at this point. I mean, I think we're 4 patches out from Worlds patch. I think. Did I do my math right? Pretty sure.
Yeah.
4.
No, it was 4 patches behind. Yeah, you're
Okay.
right. It's
Yeah.
about 4
Wow.
patches behind. It's 14.18, and we're on 14.22.
22 as of yesterday. So. Speaking of 1422, a few things to note is that M-Pesa is disabled for playoffs, and not any surprise, but a few Blue Otter League stuff that came up is that because of the Swain rework about, was it like 2 patches ago, I think, that came through, that was disabled for the remainder of all of the pre-made seasons as well, so we won't be able to see either of them coming through at all for the rest of this series. But going into game 1, Lure Snack, since we haven't really necessarily heard your positions just yet, who do you have for game 1 coming through?
Elysium. I think
Elysium.
It's really hard for Grown Boys Clique to do a lot of damage this game unless the fights go extremely long, and even then, Mundo is... I mean, the main damage dealer of this game, other than Rigor Mortis, is most likely Mundo with the Heartsteel build and probably Overlords, but that's like 3-4 items that we have to hope that we don't lose early game for.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if Grown Boys Clique can start to hold out for that long to start to maybe come through later in the game. But until then, we will have to send it to the spectator delay. When we come back, it will be game 1 between Elysium Aries and Grown Boys Clique for the quarterfinals of Blue Ombre Diamond League. Don't go anywhere.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらし手繰り寄せる道の兆しの向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう振り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河に広がってくそれがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げてる信じたから消されない虹の奇跡残した
And we have loaded onto the Rift for game 1 here in the Blue Water Diamond League quarterfinals. I'm Isaac. Alongside me is Galore Snacks for this cast. And something that we didn't quite cover in the draft up to this one is that with the pick of Orin for Nick Lulz there in the top lane, filling in for Susturation, on Elysium Ares is that they actively chose Ornn into Braum.
Yeah, sometimes the heat of passion makes you do things.
This is what's that one with Jimmy Neutron? Anyway, that one I do actually remember that image is forever ingrained into my head, despite having never seen Jimmy Neutron. It's a good one.
So I really think
yeah.
the tempo of this game is really decided on the how fast Talia can clear as well, and what are the trades we're gonna make for the junglers. As I believe if you're Zen's team, if you're GBC, you really want dragon stacking. And if you're Elysium, you don't mind grubs, but you also prefer the first dragon, but it is a cloud, so it's not really that important per se.
Yeah. That and also the just general duration of this game that we're kind of expecting to go to. If you are the side of Grown Boys Clique, want to go in a little longer, those breaks will definitely help a bit later. We're going back to the jungle matchup since jungle has been such a point of just, I guess, contest. Wait, hold on. Hooked on Plays are going to be stunned by Nahor with the Ignite coming down. Hooked on Plays going low. Is that enough? Yes, it is. First Blood Nahor on the Ignite there. I mean, not Nahor, Nightmare. Going to pick that one up, and the 2v2 kill straight away. Grown Boys Clique coming off to a good start.
Okay, yeah, we just level 1 killed the Leona. The lethal tempo actually killed the Leona. It was not the, it was actually the lethal tempo proc damage
it was.
unironically killed her. That's really bad, if you're the side of Elysium. You did pick this comp specifically, with the Jhin to shut down the Ashe and, get ahead early, but, yeah, I don't know. That is just completely unexpected. Braum just hits 1 Q and Leona just dies.
Yeah, level 1 Leona is certainly not the most powerful champion. It does usually take Leona a few levels to start getting into there, and that was something that was kind of brought up earlier, is that Brahman's Leona certainly definitely feels really good if you're playing Braum in that matchup.
Unfortunately, Seraphine cannot survive mid lane. It is very difficult.
Got a quick glimpse of that, yes. No, go ahead.
It's fine. As long as he doesn't... Okay, you want me to expand? It's really bad if he dies pre-6 here as OP kill switch. So we do see both Scudlers done already. Junglers on opposite sides of the map. Interesting play here. I definitely think it's really bad to go for a dive here on the bot, but it's definitely playable. I think Talia should have dived top.
Yeah, Nutty Nate was very low there. I also believe that his CC immunity had just barely ran out at the time, so there may have been a window there for Nutty Nate. I mean, not Nutty Nate, for Nick Lulz and OP Kill Switch to find a way in, but Nick Lulz may have just overstayed his welcome. Nutty Nate's just going to walk through. Flash from Nick Lulz, but it's there countered by Nutty Nate. One more auto attack will get that down, and yet another kind of just kill in the even matchups there. 2 going over to the side of Grown Boys Clique early on.
You know what? My bad, Grown Boys Clique. My fault. I did not recognize game. Alright? Game is game. Right now...
You weren't aware?
I was not aware. Just complete overstay for the Ornn. Just completely messed up his own tempo, got the wave shoved in, and then just overstayed for an extra wave for no reason. I mean, you do trade flash, right? It's not that bad, but it puts you behind on a matchup where you should be dominating the Mundo, and now he has wave control, which means Grubs is easier to get now. First Dragon is pushing in. It's just bad for the side of Elysium right now because it's just a tempo play that they can't afford to lose.
Well, then the question then is comes to is the way back in for Elysium Ares. We're going to have to assume that you probably have eyes there on the mid lane. Tough Daddy's doing fairly all right, kind of as expected there in the mid lane, setting up around 15 CS. as these waves get cleared out through. I'm going to assume that's going to settle around there. And so we look towards Tough Daddy, perhaps how do we start to move that up as the first Drake does actually get taken by Grown Boys Clique there in bot side of the map. Coming through, we'll just get a quick trade. But as that goes through, yeah, how does Tough Daddy start to just blow up this door open, I guess.
He says, guys, please do not die. I will carry. And then he just tells his Ornn to please ult the Xin Zhao whenever he engages on him. It's still really easy for Elysium to scale this game, considering the gold lead is negligible, really, despite having a 2-kill advantage. Still have decent CS leads. Most of the CS lead, though, is just mid right now. Top is just one wave, another wave. You really just have to play the game calmer. If you're Elysium, you just have to slow the game down pace, right? Because they have little to negative damage on the side of Grown Boys Clique unless you lose early. So we just have to stabilize bot lane as much as we can, make sure Leona gets levels, doesn't fall behind too much.
To the side, Leona getting picked up out by Rigamortis, but OP kill switch is also in the area as well. Perhaps a counter coming through. Hooked on plays, going to flash away at the start of this one, going low. Not quite going to be stunned. Is now Nightmare picking up that kill, picking up the second one of the game. So slight numbers advantage for the side of Elysium, Grown Boys Clique for now. Tough Daddy might be in a bit of an odd spot, though. Rigamortis will be hit by the seismic shove, and that will be claimed. Nahor going down probably as well, coming through. Flash, OP kill switch, picking that one up 2-for-1 over to the side of Elysium Ares, and a really, really well executed patient fight there from Elysium Ares.
Oh, wait, this is another kill top. Wait, you just sound the Ornn horn! Sound it! Sound the god!
Wait, he's going. There it is. There it is. It finally comes through. Niklaw's a bit impatient. I'm assuming when you said it's a kill top, you're probably talking about for Niklaw's, not the other way around. I'm assuming they're Glare Snacks.
Oh, but Ornn just does an ulti immediately when Mundo's 300 HP. Okay, it's fine. The fight definitely is still not going the way you expect, but it is a good trade there. The Talia wall trying to accidentally cut off her own Jhin, but it's okay. Great roam from Tough Daddy to able to just make sure that the fight can be at least traded away, and we get some resources back, right? This Corki does get a lot more ahead. It sucks that, Jhin did not get any of the kills, but it is still good that we did execute the Braum as well. It means that there's somewhat even on XP, though. But it will be probably the next 6 or 7 minions for Braum, and he'll be 6 probably after this next wave melee. I would assume.
Moves down for it. He was kind of away there for a little bit. May have missed one minion, I believe. But as we move over, we do on the top half of the map, kind of there, and on the mini map, got a Xin Zhao who was able to kind of just take away everything on that top side as a result of that earlier kill, solo kill that Nutty Nate picked up there. Rigamortis starting to catch back up a little bit as a result, but we kind of split across the map there. And how does that kind of start to eke this one out, especially with the next 2 objectives coming up momentarily?
Good vertical jungling from both of them. They recognize that he knows that if he is going to make a play, he has to help the Jhin push. It's kind of a very dangerous invade if you are OP kill switch, because if bot lane just notices you were there, they would have just instantly collapsed on you and you would have been caught with your pants down. But they don't, so we get away with murder. Yeah, so remember what I said the Seraphine pick kind of does nothing?
Yeah.
And so Seraphine pick is kind of doing nothing right now. But that could change, of course. We have seen some insane plays before in Diamond, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, especially around that Seraphine with... I mean, we've seen even a few teams opt to use it as a bit of an, I guess, primary form of engage with how much range you can get on that Encore. So we start to move around now. It doesn't look like these grubs will be given over
flash arrow.
freely. Intention Crystal Arrow does find its way onto the Leona, but not quite the move onto hooked on plays yet from the side of Grown Boys Clique. That will still stay on the grubs for now. Nick Wells is here, going to drop the Orin Horn, going to layer that up, going to be stopped by the Braum, but I don't know if it'll be enough. 1-for-1 early starting off. Now Nick Wells in the back line, going to be taken low, not quite down just yet. He does manage to get out of that one, but that means for the time being, it will be a slight numbers advantage over to the side of Elysium Ares if they don't decide to back off this one. At least OP kill switch is still nearby as Rigor Mortis was taken down. Is there going to be a contest around these grubs at all? There is only one flash of, actually no, the smite was a flash, smite available for the side of OP kill switch. So they're maybe going to leave this down a little bit longer, but instead they'll just let that give it away and move the grubs count to 5 for Elysium Ares.
Really great fight collapse there. Unfortunate the Ornhorn got eaten by the Braum shield, but that is just the price you pay. It could have been a lot more, but it was really spacing just was not able to be touched a lot from the side of Talia Corky there. They Orn went in with Hooked on Flays and they're just the two just tanking all the damage. Talia and Corky not really able to do a lot of damage that fight. Just straight up just trying to play as far back and as safe as possible. But if you are GBC, it's still a great fight because you come out of it, you instantly take the Chemtech, and now we have Mountain Soul as well ready. And if GBC gets Mountain Soul, this game is so much harder for the side of Elysium, especially with how behind the Jhin is and his build. It really negates a lot of that lethality, Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, we'll obviously have to wait and see in the next 5 minutes how Grown Boys Clique start at least attempt to try to send it to Soul Point. But as it is a mountain map and a potential Mountain Soul on the cards for Grown Boys Clique, one of the biggest complaints of their team composition was that they don't have a lot of damage available to them. But, you know, if you survive long enough, it just doesn't really matter. At least Ashe can put a decent amount of damage through. If Xin Zhao does find a way into the back line, that's also completely fine as well. And so, definitely a point of contention, a point of pressure that we have to see how Grown Boys Clique starts to use in their favor.
So, Orn went Hollow Radiance. I don't think he realizes that Mundo does max HP damage, but it's okay. You know?
Yeah, you know, sometimes those burn items, they're just comfort items on tanks.
Right. I just think
it's not necessarily ideal, but Crystal Arrow will barely miss out Tough Daddy there. That was very scary for a moment there, but it'll be fine.
It actually also gave vision on the Talia as well, since it just barely missed her as well. They know Talia's in that bush.
And they'll try to spot them out. Rigor Mortis slashing forward aggressively for that one. Encore coming through, not quite hitting anybody, but does force a few more flashes out. Hooked on Plays, moving away. We'll keep alive for now. Nichols, that's not quite your own thought, but with all 5 members in and around this... Oh, wait, Shanku does the... teleport does actually go through. I thought for a second there maybe Shanku could have had the teleport interrupted it and given a lot of free reign there for Dark Lord Oswald in the bot lane to kind of just get a solo XP and gold there. But teleport away from Shanku does open up positioning again for the side of Elysium Ares as they are now immediately over to the Rift Herald once again, and with Rigor Mortis on the other side of the map, this should be Rift Herald going to Elysium Ares.
This is getting away with murder on that Rift Herald. Your top laner is under tower. It's just the Talia Leona. I feel like if Nightmare and Braum moved up, they would have just done enough there, but I think Rigor Mortis is... no, he's not going to get caught out. He's safe. It is still set up, though. Next objective is 2 minutes away. Now they do have Herald. It's now just going to be a response of, you know, you save your mid tower or go to Soul Point, and I think you give up 1 or 2 drags if you are GBC. You can feel comfortable giving up 1 or 2. It's not ideal, but it's better than costing the game.
Yeah, I mean, as now it's seen through a little bit longer, it is Elysium Ares sitting up about 1k, despite the kill count actually being in favor of Grown Boys Clique. But with that Herald being picked up there, yeah, it's them saving it up for this next straight coming in about a minute and a half. It'll definitely be difficult for Grown Boys Clique to at least immediately send that one to a soul point this early on.
Quirky did also get the Merc Treads already, so really good buy for this next fight. It's really important that he does have it already. Your Quirky's already ahead, already has the try, 3/4 of the way stacked on the tier. Talia is close to having her next item, which I think is Leandri's, because that's the second Fated Ashes. I don't really agree with double burn. I guess Talia does need the mana, as we do drop Roof Herald for it.
Yeah.
I think personally you can
wait,
go
Enchanted Arrow will find its way onto Tough Daddy, who will Valkyrie away for now, and maybe the counterattack coming through. Orin Horn sounded, Rigor Mortis knocked up, taken down to about half health, and taken down. Hooked on Plays picking up that one, but as teleports come through, Niklaus may have gotten a little bit too far forward. Niklaus getting claimed by Shonku, and Nightmare also picking up that other one onto OP Killswitch. Hooked on Plays maybe going to be claimed, not quite yet, so Hooked on Plays will be okay. Curtain Call going to be dropped in a bit of an odd way with the health bars as healthy as they are. Should be fine. Tough Daddy getting a bit too adventurous there, going out to flash away as well right before the Drake is coming up. Do we move straight over to that one on the side of Grown Boys Clique? I actually feel like they just move over on it right now, especially without OP Kill Switch being up.
Yeah, kind of a disaster fight for Elysium there. Everything that you thought you could get and more does not go exactly. Oh, double TP! Wait, we're double TP!
Committing a lot for this one with health bars at about half health. There it's still, I'd say probably slightly advantaged for the side of Elysium Airs if they can find a way into the backline here. Call of the Forge God not available, and with Nahor up anyway. The Weaver's Wall not going to block off anybody, and Drake down to half health. Where's the trigger? Where do we find our way in? Niklaus hopping forward. A lot will be committed. Niklaus taken down straight away. They found the way in. Double kill over to the side of the Jin, and this has gone... Oh wait, counterattack. Nightmare doing a lot. OP Kill Switch will actually manage to pick up that one, but it's a back and forth 4-4-3, and the Drake going over to the side of Elysium Ares, edged out to Elysium.
Wow, that was a cluster of a fight, and it somehow works with a Jin triple kill. Shonku does also get a triple kill of himself as well, but that was that fight was literally a nice edge. I really think that fight was super close, a lot closer than it didn't need to be. Just nice tempo reset on the side of tempo reset, of course, when you're dead. Double TP call, great call there, able to just push in forward. The no ultimates, really the important one, was not there available. Seraphine did get it back up at the very end of the fight, but still not enough, I think, for it, despite the great ult.
Yeah, and actually, wait, hold on. I thought for a moment that was the bot lane turret going down. I was about to mention how much more open this map is for the side of Elysium Ares as a result. At the very least, they do keep that bot tier 1 up for maybe just a little bit longer, but they can definitely start to move into the enemy jungle and like start to just like a boa constrictor. I mean, prevent Rigor Mortis, who's been a little bit, kind of expected to be a bit slower on the farm from Xin Zhao in comparison to Talia, but it's starting to come out in a really large way as this game goes on, and that certainly won't help their cause either.
It's just feels like an unconfident game right now from Rigor Mortis. Just constantly blowing behind when his team is making calls and engages and looking for picks. He's kind of just standing there, just making sure, oh, can I go in here? Should I go in here? Just doubt it seems to be setting in on his play, which is not exactly ideal for your Xin Zhao. A champion that can really only go in.
Yeah, it's one of those, it is definitely, you min go in kind of situation there on the Xin Zhao. But also, not only that, just lacking, not having the, I guess, confidence, or most likely, we'll say it's confidence at this point in either himself or his team as a whole to really try to turn these ones around. It's definitely not ideal from the jungler of Grown Boys Clique, but coming through, I mean, at the very least, Xin Zhao, I mean, does have some sort of, if he can find, it plays around vision, maybe he should still be okay in that regard with the amount of just base damage there is in that kit coming through.
Yeah, he's really behind. If you just look at the items here, it's Leandri's Blackfire Mercs compared to Sundered Sky, Tabby, Kindle Gem, Ruby Crystal. He is very, very behind.
Yeah, and it's especially with how jungle focused a few of these metas have. Wait, OP kill switch might be in a bit of an odd situation right here. Going to be tagged up by the Braum flashing over. We're going to try to commit our way into OP kill switch, who gets out on the Weaver's Wall. Very unorthodox use of that Talia ultimate, but it will keep him alive for now as we start to push on to the tier 1 of Elysium Ares. Is this perhaps an overstay? They'll stop the teleport coming through, but Nick Walls is here, and Nahor does drop the wall a bit too early. Dark Lord Oswald picking up that first kill, and now a few of the health bars going low. Shonku will be claimed up by the Leona. Double kill over to the side.
Oh, Tough Daddy's here.
Grown Boys Clique, who are going down. Elysium Ares win this one in an emphatic fashion. 4-for-1, only losing the Leona. Only the support going down from Elysium Ares, and right at 22 minutes, they'll turn their way onto the Baron and start to really close this one out.
Oh, man. What turned into a great potential pick there. Just the play continues forced on. Rigor Mortis flashing over, not able to stop the Talia ulting away. Nichols is getting low.
This is, I mean, it's 1v4. It won't be easy for Rigor Mortis, but with how low
this is his moment.
He finds a way in. Nutty Nate going to teleport. Will commit a lot to this fight. Baron going to be claimed by Elysium Ares at the very least, but there's a shutdown for Rigor Mortis. Nick Law's also low. They do have empowered recalls. Tough Daddy go try to, oh wait, Enchanted Crystal Arrow! Not quite, but Dark Lord Oswald will be tagged up by the cleaver there by Nutty Nate. Do they find a way in? Rigor Mortis is also here. They commit a lot, but surely that's going to be 2 members of the side of Elysium Ares claimed shutdown going on to Nutty Nate there as it will be traded back. So at least 2 members of the side of Elysium Ares will not have the Baron, and also that does delay it a lot longer for no for the wait, hold on, Hooked on Plays is here, and with no smite, this might be a potential steal. Nick Wall's also in the area. There's no way, right?
No,
Surely not. Solar Flare, Solar Flare's up. Solar Flare's up.
No, we're not. Okay, oh my god, wait, it would have stolen, actually. It actually would have stolen it at him, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably the wise decision from Hooked on Plays, but yeah, no,
so our Zinzao and Mundo saw some red in their eyes, and they said, guys, we're going to stop them from getting this Baron as much as we can. And then we kept going. Unfortunately, Tough Daddy is now about probably, I'd say, a good 300 gold away from IE, which means he becomes a lot bigger of a problem as this game does continue to go on. Still no Warmogs yet for the side of Dr. Mundo, which is kind of a staple as he has grown and evolved into the metas with this game. Now we will have a... What is that item called? It's the component to Banshees that Talia has.
The Verdant Bear?
Verdant Veil. Verdant Veil.
Yeah.
Thank you. So now it's really hard for Seraphine to kind of poke down this Talia, kind of hit her with the ultimate straight up, as Canaric is finished for Dr. Mundo. And it is a second item, Heartsteel Ornn.
Yeah, but if we're talking about itemization, you do have to include the fact that Ornn is level 14 now. It's hard to give those masterwork items over. You mentioned Corky, who's been a problem for the side of Grown Boys. Like, he's going to be picking up that masterwork Triforce there as well. One of the recent changes on Ornn is that it's no longer just a set list of items that can be upgraded. It's that every item can be upgraded into its masterwork variant with just mostly enhanced stats. But so even though it's already 8.5k gold advantage over to the side of Elysium Ares as those ornaments start to come through. It's just it's a bit deceptive. It's a bit deceptive that because it's probably a little bit larger than what is being shown up at the top there.
Yeah, and there's the IE completed. So now this game is really dangerous for GBC to play forward. As I am currently watching the gentleman in chat root for GBC consistently. I wish you luck. I wish
Well,
you many
it
luck.
is game one. It is game one of the game 5 series. So I mean, you can, even though it hasn't been great. Wait, hold on. Horn drop
Oh?
on Nutty Nate does pop the CC shield, going to be stunned up by Hooked on Plays, and Candid Crystal Arrow will try to stop this, but there's just too much damage from Elysium Ares, and even on Dr. Mundo, Nutty Nate is claimed in the side lane. And
Yeah.
slight advantage to Elysium Ares once again, or not slight at this point.
Despite losing the early game, Elysium just kind of kept the gold even the entire time. Not really able to use the Talia
Going
wall.
to come through, going to chop off Rigor Mortis and Shonkoop. They go for that. That's going to be the Encore going to find its way on a few members, and underneath the tower that's ramping up. Shonku going to claim that one. They're sitting 7-1-0 on this Seraphine starts one out, so really well done to counter that potential dive from Elysium Ares. Grown Boys Clique claiming one back.
Wow, the Seraph's just saving Seraphine's life there. Eating the Talia W accidentally, and then just everyone else going in. Or just kind of went in by himself. Don't know how else we could have spaced that really, but it's still kind of good if for GBC they do able to stem some bleeding from it. You do kill the Ornn. Doesn't do a lot. Next objective is really your next fight, right? And you do need Seraphine ult for it. It'll be up for it. But if GBC can somehow get Soul, this game is a lot harder for Elysium to do because it requires an extra rotation from the Talia. It requires, well, not really extra damage from Corki. He kind of just does a lot just for the sake of it. But
Speaking of objectives and the potential Soul coming up, the Baron and the Drake come up basically at identical times within just a few seconds of each other.
Rigor Mortis just got spotted. They just saw him on the top side right now. Elysium could just straight up just get all this vision now for free. Corki pushing bot now, so it's a really late setup for GBC.
Yeah,
But
I don't really think they have the ability to even rush down that Baron anyway to threaten a trade there in general, unless if you have all 5 members over to the side of that Baron, and they've committed a lot to that towards that top side, but it's immediately back away from that, and this Drake for them is completely dark, and so they'll just have to sit on Soul Point for a little bit longer. Obviously, a big potential point from there, but if they never end up getting that Soul, what other ways do you get back into this one as the side of Grown Boys Clique, really?
You have to steal Baron, and no one else, and no one has to die for it.
Easy.
Which is, you know, easier said than done. Of course, they have Talia. They do have the Ornn Horn as well, the Ornn E to stop you from going over the wall. Still, it's just, if we could just press X real quick, I just want to see the gold difference right now between the junglers, because I think like that is the massive point of contention. Yeah, it's a 4,000 gold difference.
Yeah.
It's so hard for Rigor Mortis to play this game as well, just because he is put back into such a tough spot this game, and his champion doesn't allow him to push forward when he's behind this much.
Yeah.
So, it's
go ahead.
really tough for Rigor Mortis to really find a lot here as well with the team, right? Shonku is 7-1, does have the crit bloom, is able to have 4 items here, but you have to find a pick with this Ash Arrow and then hope that no one else is able to respond in time. But from how people are grouping and all this in a 3-1-1, which is really not ideal for GBC since they are kind of a meathead comp, but
Yeah.
as long as Baron isn't started, we're fine.
So long as it isn't, as a few of these recalls coming through, I think the way they were playing it, I think maybe Elysium Ares was kind of hoping that they would get a bit of an impatient Grown Boys Clique to try to find a fight there on an already even more uneven ground there for Grown Boys Clique, which is, I mean, I guess it's fine, but I think they're just so far ahead that really they can just kind of just start this Baron up, and I think they could really have just forced a team fight.
Look
and
at the
just
Ornn
really end
upgrades,
this
by the
one.
way. We have
Ooh.
Ornn upgraded IE, Ornn upgraded Triforce, Ornn upgraded Leandries. It's really hard. You may just lose the stats here.
I mean, yeah, wallet gapping is definitely a very real sort of situation that Grown Boys Clique are facing coming up. And now there we go. We started the Baron now, and with Rigor Mortis on the opposite side of the map, they'll have vision on this at the very least. Will Grown Boys Clique? And it's not the fastest take ever from Elysium Airs, so maybe they might find a way in. Nutty Nate hopping forward. They're going to peel off that for now.
Okay, that's a win. Honestly, you take that. If you are GBC, that's your win right there. That is a good win. You are able to force them off of it. Your Corki is not there. Seraphine able to match it and just make sure that the bottom tower does not fall. He is about to get Wardle Reminder, though, so it is kind of tough. Unless you want to go for this Corki, and can we run him down? Rigor Mortis is going.
Rigor Mortis is... No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Damn, that would have been an interesting turn of events.
As soon as they spotted him, though, he knows that they just instantly go Baron.
They go to Baron, yeah. So, yeah, probably a wise idea to not fully chase that one down, especially with kind of how far Shanku was behind there, but that just means we just gotta sit around and wait for a little bit more for one of these teams to finally make their move. I mean, what we've seen over these last 5 minutes or so is that both these teams have been very, I guess, tentative with their decision making and how they want to do it, which I guess is understandable. I mean, we are in playoffs, even though this is only game 1. You win the series, you go through, and if you lose, you're out. There's no losers bracket run to go on here in Blue Water Diamond. So it's understandable, especially with how big of a gold advantage Elysium Ares has. I have to assume that they say, well, we win any fight anyway that they want to take, so we'll wait for them to take it. And Grown Boys Clique, understandably, probably just don't believe that they can really win too many, unless it's super favored for them to start off with these fights. So we'll just wait around a little bit longer. In about 30 seconds for that next strike to come up.
They are going to threaten with this. They're getting the vision on on Baron as well to push this. Unfortunately, it's only Talia who can realistically... You just need Talia to do the dragon, and you just have the rest of your team space out for the rest of them. Unfortunately, it's scaled already for the side of Elysium. They have exactly what they need to win the game right now. Corki's 5 items, Talia's 5 items. Your Ornn isn't 5 items, but he doesn't really matter too much, It's kind of interesting still. Oh, we just have the meathead fight going on top. Who do you have?
Yeah, I've got neither of them in this one, because we actually have both these objectives starting to come up. You did say that they only need Talia down there to fight.
Oh, here we go.
We're going to start it early. Ornn Horn will be blocked by the Braum, and that's going to be Nightmare picking up the first kill onto Hooked On Plays, and now that's going to be the Ornn. Nick Flaw is completely separated from the rest of his team, so 2 kills immediately over to the side of Grown Boys Clique to start out this fight. Disadvantage.
Oh, Nutty Nate!
Ares, Nutty Nate going forward, going to slow up Darkward all small changes of Flash. Are they going to find the rest of them out? Nutty Nate going low. Actually, it's a bit dangerous, a bit sensitive, and that'll be the first kill over to the side of Elysium Ares onto the enemy jungler, so no smites available.
Oh, the curtain call.
Curtain call will come through. Low health bars. Tough Daddy starting to turn this one around. Do they get any more over the side of Elysium Ares? Actually, Tough Daddy going to be slowed up. Dark Warlord Oswald will be here to help his mid laner, and hey, hold on, we're going to keep going forward. I like the aggression. They who are going low. Flash. Tough Daddy does end up getting the kill onto the Braum, and a really long extended fight going relatively even between these two teams, and yet still no Baron take. But all the while, we now have a 6 Dragon Soul point for both these teams.
Okay. Despite the results, it's a win for GBC. despite the results. It was still a great fight. You were able to fully cut off the 2 tanks from the team. It's just the overforcing continued, and they just thought that they could bite off more than they can chew. And unfortunately, it just cost them too much, you know? You get a lot of the summoner spells out. But Rigor Mortis is just now hitting level 15, Talia's level 18, and it's just an easy start right now on the Baron for the side of Elysium.
Yeah, and a few of the recalls that already come through on the side of Grown Boys Clique, they'll have the knowledge that this Baron is being taken, but not a lot of members in the vicinity. At the very least, 98 does have teleport to try to contest this, but we sit down to around 3k health. That'll just be taken for free over to the side of Elysium Ares as they pick up the Baron.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not it. That's yeah, that side definitely
it's
is
harder.
probably
It's
the
getting
right
harder
reaction.
and harder for GBC to find a way back into this game. Sure, your Ashe is, 6 items. She does a lot of damage, but it doesn't mean anything if she's just one shot. Actually, the Ashe arrow.
No. Oh, that's so sad. I thought I was also of the opinion that maybe if it found its way onto Tough Daddy, that's such a huge amount of damage would be taken out from Elysium Ares. Thinking that maybe they could have found something there.
Oh, they lose inhibitor.
But now they're
for
out
this
of
positioning.
for that positioning to try to find the fight. They are going to absolutely lose that inhibitor for now. Not going to push that any further because really they don't need to at this point.
I feel like if you're Elysium, you push forward here, actually.
Into the base?
Yeah, I feel like you just aren't... I feel the respect is a bit too much. I feel like you're not pushing your advantage hard enough, and you're slowly giving GBC a way to find an angle in, but not a big angle in, as now we have objective bounties. 37 minutes into the game, 10k down. We finally have objective bounties into the game.
Yeah, I know those were changed a few patches ago, and certainly, honestly, this might be the first time I've seen objective bounties since the change. They take so long to activate now that...
And objective bounties are gone.
Hey!
Okay, Ryan. Hey, you know what? It's your game. It's 11,000 gold difference, but we will...
I don't necessarily mind it all that much. I know before the changes came through, objective bounties were certainly kind of egregious in how lightly they were given out. I think so. I don't mind this change. It's a bit funny, that exact scenario, seeing them pop up and then immediately go away, but
Rigor Mortis killed that blue buff. Riot was pissed. Riot was pissed that they lost their precious C9 blue buff, so we had to make sure that objective bounties were gone. But yeah, it's 3 items Xin Zhao. It's still just really bad right now. I mean, the longer the game goes on, the easier it is. TP is coming in from Shanku.
That's for Shanku. I don't know what that did.
Okay.
There wasn't. I didn't really see any potential fights starting there. So wait, hold on. Chance will find its way on the Tough Daddy, who will hop away and name it off the Orton Horn. This is really good from the side of Grown Boys Clique as they find the first kill. GBC going forward gets another, and it's 2-0 to GBC. Nahor will be taken down though, but I don't know if it'll matter all that much. 3 to the side of GBC. OP kill switch will cut this off to stem the bleeding, but Rigor Mortis is still alive, and it will be very difficult for a way to find back in. Curtain call will be dropped by the Jin. They'll just have to try to prevent this coming through, and that will be Mountain Soul over to the side of GBC. Signs of life for Grown Boys Clique. We were saying that this would be absolutely massive for them in the early game when they got to Soul Point, and that how much the Mountain Soul does to keep them alive for longer and extend these fights out, which is exactly what they want. Even though they sit down around 8.5k gold at this point, they do pick up an absolutely vital lifeline for themselves.
Oh my goodness gracious. Guba Yushi's arrow flowed through Nightmare, and he just finds the perfect hit onto Corki into just the perfect follow-up with the Seraphine ultimate. The Valkyrie way still not enough to find him, and Rigor Mortis just going in, making sure he confirmed it. Did get the 1K shutdown, which should help him get slowly back more into this game. But a sign of life for GBC as they also finally get the soul. We've been waiting 20 minutes for it, but they finally got it.
Yeah, and I mean, it really is so massive for them. A lot of the early damage comes from Tough Daddy coming through on that Corki. So being able to negate a good portion of that early on and being able to just heal back up and any sort of thing coming through. It's still, I would still say there's no big reason to panic. If you are Elysium Aries, there's still, 8.5k gold up there. Fine in that regard. And or in items as well. All coming through. Everybody has one on the side of Elysium Aries now. So it's certainly not. It's by no means over. But at the very least, yeah, Grown Boys Clique. They've got their avenue back in anyway.
Oh, really good for them right now, as they're just able to just kind of just delay as much as they can. Baron is coming up in 30 seconds, though. Oh, this is going to be it.
I mean, we're almost certainly going to have a huge fight around the Baron, if we don't.
Wait a second.
Wait.
They reset too early. Rigor Mortis does have vision here. If Tough Daddy walks into Rigor Mortis, it could be dangerous.
Oh. They find each other? Wait, Enchanter Arrow will miss Tough Daddy, and Rigor Mortis also not quite going to pick out the mid laner of Elysium Aries there, but it will mean slightly favored positioning on the inside track for Grown Boys Clique into this Baron pit should they choose to fight it. But with how much vision is there for Elysium Aries, I really doubt that they do, or if they do, it would be a bit ill-advised anyway.
Yeah, now your main tool is out. And now that vision you had, if Rigor Mortis had just stayed in the bush, Tough Daddy would have walked right onto him. Ash Arrow would have came in. I feel like that would have been a kill, but it's still getting into a point. It's really just coming to where gold just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's at not quite everybody's at full build just yet.
Tough Daddy!
Tough Daddy going to be snared by the Seraphine, going to have to flash away to start this one out. Weaver's Wall will try to slow this up a little bit longer, but Tough Daddy almost is just basically out of this fight. Now here come Grown Boys Clique. They're going to find the Ornn, going to take Nick Lulz down, and at the heal from the Crypto Boom, Tough Daddy going to Valkyrie away. He's taken! He's dead! Tough Daddy is gone, and Grown Boys Clique can now start to move forward once again. 2-0 to start out this fight. I don't believe they have quite enough in the gas tank to end, but they'll immediately move straight over to the Baron. And that will be another fight going to the way of Grown Boys Clique, and they are... they're back! They're back!
Oh my goodness, there is absolutely no way Tough Daddy just dies in the same exact way he did before, putting his team in such a horrible spot trying to play this game forward. And Jin just can't really melt this Mundo at this point. It's so hard now, with the Randuin's also completed as well. Oh my goodness gracious, GBC may be back.
I mean, at this point, with how late we are into this game, I say they're fully back. The reports of their deaths certainly, I mean, maybe not greatly exaggerated, but yeah, they got what they needed in that Mountain Soul, and one more fight. We're I mean, at this point, gold really doesn't even matter. I mean, is there anybody who isn't full build? I mean, maybe the supports, but like looking over, we're basically all just there at this point. I do like the bit of a change from Tough Daddy opting to go for that QSS to prevent him getting picked out a little bit longer. Do you rate that? I kind of rate it, especially how these fights have gone.
I feel like he should have already had this item already, but it's fine. Does not have the Merc Treads anymore, though, so it is just going to be Ash slows on top of that if he does get hit. And now if you're Elysium, you're kind of wondering, guys, what are we doing? We could potentially lose Elder here. It is disastrous if you lose Elder on the side of Elysium with how you were just dominating the early, mid, and late game until very, very recently.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this whole entire time we're talking about where are the ways back in for Elysium Ares. One of them was indeed that mountain soul. But something that we really haven't touched on is like, if you're Elysium Ares, what's the way in?
Weaver's
Oh, it might
Wall?
be cutting them off with the Weaver's Wall. Do they find who they want though? No, they don't. And so a valiant attempt from Elysium Ares to try to find a fight in the mid lane to go their way. Won't have that Weaver's Wall available either for any upcoming fights. Actually, I say that, but the cooldown's obviously very low at this point. So unless we immediately need it, it's questionable. Nick Wall's down to about half health. They're in the bottom lane. Gamorre's going to flash forward, try to find its way onto OP kill switch, and the enchanted crystal arrow lands him downtown. You can't get away. OP kill switch doesn't have the QSS, and that will be no jungler to the side of Elysium Ares with the Elder Drake up. Chrome Boys Clique find another crucial moment here in game 1 as they start to look to try to close this one out. I mean, Elder Drake should be claimed up pretty soon. Nutty Nate, in the side lane, will pop that ult early to keep himself alive. That is the Elder Drake coming through. Nick Lulz is low, does have that execute. The Elder Immolation might find its way onto this top laner. Nutty Nate still basically full health, doesn't care that Jhin is really the only damage dealer there. Jhin struggles. Tough Daddy though, option comes in the mid lane to at least take this inhibitor. There it goes.
Yeah,
they'll take the mid lane inhibitor, so at least they'll get that back, but at what cost?
Stop him! Oh
But
my
at
goodness.
what cost is the question. Shanku doesn't even really need to fight this one. He just needs to prevent the recall of Tough Daddy. Tough Daddy is absolutely the focal point of this Elysium Ares team. Both towers going down. Nexus open. Nightmare hidden away on it. And there it is. Game 1 goes the way of Grown Boys Clique in this roller coaster of emotions.
Oh my god.
It's tragic. You know, I thought my participating in Hamlet was one big tragedy. I don't think that really compares to the amount of sorrow that Elysium Ares are feeling after that game 1.
I mean, it's just heartbreak. It's just, guys, you're on their throat. Just go for the kill. They constantly just kept giving respect and allowed them to find a way in. Tough Daddy just getting killed back to back, getting hit by those enchanted crystal arrows. It cannot happen that way. We cannot allow ourselves as the super fed Corky to fall behind like that. This was Corky's game to hard carry. And it's just disaster. As we just constantly get picked back to back to back, we're just letting GBC regain their confidence, just not able to really find it until the very end of the game. The last 10 minutes, GBC played like a completely different team. All of their confidence was regained off that one single fight. And they knew, and it seemed like Elysium got shaken too bad.
Yeah, I mean, that one hurts. That one really hurts. Yeah. If you're Elysium Ares, and I mean, what a way to kick off the series at the very least. In that game 1, but I mean, and I don't see how game 2 really starts to top that one. But we'll have to see in a few moments, because when we come back, we will bring to you the draft of game 2 between Elysium Ares and Grown Boys Clique. So don't go anywhere. This series is only kicking off.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの
And after a dramatic game 1, we are back for the draft of game 2 here between Grown Boys Clique and Elysium Airy for Blue Water Diamond League's quarterfinals. I'm Isaac. Alongside me is Glor Snacks, bringing this one to you. And yeah, a quick review of game 1, Glor Snacks. Tragedy for Elysium Aries is the way I describe it.
I would say cinema, but we could say tragedy.
Those are synonyms, I'd say. But we're getting straight into this one. Jinx, Caitlyn, once again, immediate focus on the bot lane, and with Arcade coming soon, the obvious buffs to those champs came through. But cover the bans briefly. Galio, Cogmo, Varus. And taken away by Grown Boys Clique, and the side of Elysium Airs, you have Viego, Nocturne, and Zillion, all not going to show their faces this time around. Don't let the Ambessa hover fool you. She's disabled for the playoffs here, and instead, Volibear be the choice of Grown Boys Clique. Where's
Hey.
there?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm letting you speak, my man.
I just wanted to make sure because there was a bit of a pause. I was like, uh-oh. But I got scared for a second, but yeah, it's fine.
My bad. I do like the Poppy into Jinx as well. It really stops the Jinx from doing a lot of what she wants to do early game. It really shuts her down. Orianna Volibear, a good response, I think. But I don't think it does enough to stop the Poppy per se. Now it really depends on what you pick R3 here. What do you have into Volibear that's pickable that isn't Viego Nocturne? I genuinely think... Oh!
Ooh, we haven't seen a lot of AP junglers in recent patches because they've kind of fallen out of favor, and understandably so with the nerfs we've seen them take. But his choice of Zyra, which I'm going to assume is probably for Rigor Mortis, but honestly... I do kind of like this early side from Elysium. I mean, not Rigor Mortis, for OP Kill Switch. Wait, hold on. For OP Kills, names backwards. But yeah, I also do like this from Elysium Aries because, you do also have some flexibility on where you can send Zyra and Poppy. I don't think Zyra Caitlyn is necessarily all too undesirable as well. So I do like it.
And there is Nautilus ban, which is not something you'll always see. But it is a welcome surprise in this case. Smolder also gonna be banned away. I think the Smolder ban is a lot more interesting than it's letting it to believe. Maybe you have more insight on why they banned Smolder? Because I kind of don't understand it.
I think maybe Tough Daddy did kind of like playing a lot of those a marksman mid lane there. I mean, we saw it last time with the Corki getting taken away, and so I guess if you start to kind of etch at that champion pool towards the mid lane, Blitzcrank the hover band for Grown Boys Clique on the other hand, Blitzcrank seems like kind of a bit of a wasted band here. Thresh?
Okay. Thresh?
I don't know. I kind of would have liked to see you target the mid lane there a little bit more on the side of Grown Boys Clique, but they'll take away the Thresh instead, which I don't know.
Maybe
I
it's
think
a
it's a
Smolder ban, but even then, I don't think it's that damning considering you have a Volibear who can just constantly gank the Smolder, but it's fine. Hui lock-in, I think, is interesting here. Decent matchup mid, able to just kind of not be an interactable champion, until around 6 to 11. Can have the potential to one-shot.
yeah.
Lulu?
Lulu.
There's not Lulu. It's not that bad.
It's not honestly. It's not the worst you've ever seen. It's a pretty solid pairing alongside of the Jinx. There, it's a pretty classic one at that. Jinx being a really solid hyper carry, but oh, do it. Do it.
Okay, we're gonna lock
Do
it.
it. Yeah. Just do
It's
it.
really good here. Unironically, it's insanely good here. It
No!
does a no.
Oh,
Mort is really good. No.
Good. Well, okay. Well,
Okay. Well, we can't have nice things.
it would have been fun. It would have been. I would have loved to see Mordekaiser coming through there for Grown Boys. Like instead, they'll opt into the Gnar, which fine. I guess it's pretty standard if you're not going to play too risky with our picks. Just pick what is solid. And actually, we're staying a really long time. Jace going to be the
Oh.
R5, in which
This is an ancient Gnar counter. That is Season 9 Gnar counter. Wow, that is a memory. For those who played this game in Season 9, you know. If you know, you know.
Yeah. It is definitely one that was we saw a lot of in and around that time. I remember the Armut memes, being only able to play Gnar. Is what I specifically remember. If you told me like one thing from season 9, like tell me the most memorable thing from season 9, Armut memes.
Armut can play Gentleman Gnar.
He could play Dido Gnar.
Super Galaxy Gnar. Dido Gnar. I mean, he can play them all. Actually,
that's the main thing I remember from season 9. But I mean, yeah. There is one thing that I do kind of a slight early concern from Elysium Ares is that they don't exactly have a lot of a front line necessarily, which isn't a bad thing per se, especially with how kind of hesitant they were to really start fights there at the end. Anyway, if they think, well, we're just a bit too hesitant to go in and start those fights last time, like they really could have done in game 1. I guess one way to get around that is to just outrange everybody. I mean, Caitlyn, Hui, Jace. That's one way to do it.
Yeah. Can't lose if they can't reach you.
Yeah, so...
You know?
Yeah, and... Well, yeah, not only that, because like I said, it's a bit of their shortcomings, especially towards the end of game 1, was that we were saying it, is that they were so far ahead, they should just start a fight. They had the tools to start a fight and really take the game the way they wanted, and so it's a shift in strategy for Elysium Ares that I'm pretty sure I can get behind it.
You're gonna need to convince me a little bit more.
I mean, how other things other than just it being an adjustment from game 1. I mean that was my main thought behind it. Was that they do adjust from game 1. That they were able to, even with those 2 early, like, not, well, obviously the 2 early kills.
Oh, it's actually Poppy jungle.
Oh yeah, wait. Oh,
Wait,
it is. Wait a moment. Hold the phone.
Okay. So we push
I do
somewhat carry jungler off of him and put him onto Poppy.
not exactly. Yeah, it's not the most rigor mortis champ ever, but I think
OP kill switch.
I mean, OP kill switch. Gosh, I have the names. Why do I have them backwards in my head? I still have Going Boys Clique on red side in my head for whatever reason. They're not on red side. They're on blue side. Isaac, what are you on about? But yeah, it's OP kill switch. Yeah, I mean, I know OP kill switch has played a few. I mean, not necessarily the more like defensive, supportive junglers, but I mean, we've seen him on a Moo quite a bit. I still, like I said, a very defensive champion. But saying that OP kill switch like can't play to like enable the rest of his team is, I don't know. I think OP kill switch can certainly do that, even if it is a slightly unknown territory for him. But I do actually kind of like this change to build a lot of pressure in the bot lane, and again, to just the idea of outranging. The theme is outranging on the side of Elysium Ares. and throwing Zyra instead of Poppy, because really in a Lulu matchup there as a support, what does like Poppy really can't do anything there. So
Nightmare with a nice little teaser, hitting the Ash Gen, of course. Thank you, Nightmare.
Yeah.
Very cool.
But yeah, going into game 2, Zyra support going to be the call from Elysium Aries, which is something that we don't see all that often in general, but a change that I like for Snacks.
I think it could potentially be better, but it now just transitions our bot lane into a hope we don't get pushed in type of scenario. So now Rigor Mortis does have to be bought a lot more. It means it is easier for Poppy to get surprise ganks off, but I would have preferred the Poppy support, Zyra jungle, farm super heavy, and then come dominate the game.
All right. Well, with all that in mind, who do you have claiming game 2, Galore Snacks, before we see what's coming in? Oh wait, we do have summoner spells. Pause. Ignite for the Zyra.
Oh. Okay, we're gonna kill. We have to kill.
Yeah.
There's no other way to go forward with this. We are gonna have to go. Oh, that's not ideal. But hey,
I like it. Honestly, I like it. Maybe not in terms of ideal sort of choices, but I like it in terms of it's fun. It's exciting. It's can maybe pay off in an absolutely massive way if Elysium Aries really start to push their advantage. I'm going to have to assume that they're going to garner against the Jinx Lulu there in the bot lane. So you play to win early. Elysium Aries, they were able to do that in game 1 fairly comfortably outside of the first 5 minutes. So you play to win early. Maybe they then with the extra range, without necessarily having to push in, they can start to fix a few of the errors that they had later on in that game 1. And so it's a change that I think in other hands is definitely, I could understand the I don't know, caution that you're kind of expressing around their composition earlier, but I like it.
maybe I'm wrong.
And I think your concerns are definitely certainly valid, but we'll just have to wait, and whether or not Grown Boys Clique can take game 2, or Elysium Aries manages to reset after that tragic game 1. But when we come back, it will be game 2 between Elysium Aries and Grown Boys Clique here in Blue Water Diamond. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時
And loading in, we have, if you're just tuning in, Grown Boys Clique versus Elysium Ares this time around. And a very, I'd say, kind of for fun comp from the side of Elysium Ares. Well, maybe not the most for fun comp ever. There's definitely an idea behind it, but definitely also has its there's volatility involved. I'd say, Glor Snacks.
Yeah, I think it's just
wait,
a
hold on. OP kill
wait.
switch. We'll
Oh.
find Rigor Mortis. We're going to start this one off in a pretty exciting fashion. 3v3 here in a round, and straight Nahor also going to be dragged in a round up to maybe try to find this fight, but we'll just walk away from each other for now and do that.
Yeah, Rigor Mortis now has to start W in order to effectively clear, which he should have already have.
Started E. He dropped it there really early on.
Mm.
In that fight.
Okay,
Very start
it's
of it.
not like insane. They know they're in this bush, of course, because they got the vision early. Just taunt them, as you do bot lane.
But yeah, speaking over, the volatility from the side of Elysium Ares is definitely, I find it potentially exciting that we could definitely see a lot of action coming through Elysium Ares, that they should press any sort of advantages early on here, especially in the bottom lane.
And it is also not Halo Blades Poppy, it's Phase Rush Poppy.
It is, yeah.
Is sometimes not ideal, but we take what we can get.
I mean, there's certainly, honestly, I haven't seen Phase Rush Poppy ever taken before. I mean, Phase Rush obviously given extra move speed, but I don't see necessarily why Poppy would want that exactly. Maybe you have an idea?
Yeah, no, this is just so she can get into the fight spacing a lot easier. It's so she can deny a lot more area as well with the W. It's definitely the pick you go if you don't want to go Aftershock. You would go Phase Rush. I guess Halo Blades is also, I just thought it was a good option really because I think Poppy can have an easy time just getting a good flank off, right? Because Volibear and Gnar are just constantly looking ahead of themselves, or Poppy can easily try and get a flank off. But I guess if you are going to have to be the frontliner as well, Phase Rush is not that bad as well, so you can escape as we have a game top.
Phase Rush, Nick Lowles does have it available on the Jace. It will proc now, but Rigor Mortis is here. Flash away from Nick Lowles. Yeah, Rigor Mortis not going to pursue that one any further under the tower, but really good. A really good gank from the side of Rigor Mortis to force a flash out here, and we're kind of expecting to see this in the bot lane with the amount of pushing power that this does have through. First plate going to be picked up by the bot lane of Elysium Ares, and we'll expect to see a little bit more of that in the future. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Oh, they get his TP
here. Flashing forward. Nick Lowles is full health. Does get that first kill on the gank. Does Rigor Mortis push this any farther? 2 tower shots powering up, one after each other, does a lot of damage this early on to the Volibear, so they cannot continue that without risking, not even risking, almost guaranteeing that they give 2 kills over to Nick Lowles. If there's some solace, it's that Nick Lowles had to teleport earlier. And won't have it now. That's walk all the way back to lane while Nutty Nate does have TP. So at least they have that going for them, I suppose.
Yeah. No, that's yeah, that's I mean the wave still is even, and if anything it's still fine for Jace. Just kind of greed from the side of Nutty Nate there, just kind of being that low, not expecting Jace to go in at 300 HP. Does not mean that you can trade that correctly. Still, Rigor Mortis did try to help the play as much as he could. Realized that if he was able to do it, it would have been a one-play top, and now kind of hard for top to continue playing like this, because the further Jace does get ahead, the easier it is for the side of Elysium to kind of push their tempo early.
Yeah, and you know, Jace starts to get ahead. I mean, you can really see how difficult it is for Nutty Nate as well. That's an absolutely massive trade going over to the side of Nick Lowles, stepping in for Sustration, and well, doing a fairly good job of it early on.
Yeah, this ball lane as well. The person in chat may have been right. I personally would have just preferred Poppy support with Hail Blades and just early space dominate. But the Zyra here is helping keep the pressure up with the Caitlyn, helping her keep this Jinx under the tower. And
Yeah.
Shanku does TP and just kind of just gets immediately hit. Nutty Nate has to be careful.
Oh wait, OP kill switches here in the bottom lane will get spotted. Gonna charge forward onto Nightmare. They're going to, you know, honestly a bit early from OP kill switch. Straight up to the top lane though. Nick Lowe's will miss the Q, and that will be the solo kill for Nutty Nate. Straight over to the bot lane. OP kill switch going to hop away, but he does enough to get that first kill. Over to Dark Lord Oswald, and now there's 2 members still left on the side. Oh my god, that's a huge Q from Dark Lord Oswald, but not quite enough damage there as Nahor does have to flash away. But it's disaster across the map for both these teams. You would have liked to see Nick Lowe's have end up picking that kill up, but not quite finding it there. But straight over to the bot lane, it's big denial from Elysium Ares.
Why did we dive that? Okay. We just had enough of living, sometimes, I would guess, from Nick Lowles. Really didn't need to dive that. Could have just EQ'd, pressured him more under tower. You really didn't need to go for the dive, and he just gets outplayed on the dive itself, which puts Gnar back into the game, which is really bad for this Jace now. And the other side, of course, the Poppy just kind of stood there and tanked as much as he could from all the damage right there. Jinx barrier was not enough to save him at the end of the day. The timer just went out as soon as the Caitlyn hit him. So, kind of unlucky timing there, but overall, I still think that's a win for Elysium. You push the Jinx further back. Caitlyn is going Collector first, right? Well, the Jinx is probably going to go Yuntal first, which I don't really agree. I think that item is kind of poo-poo doggy. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong as well there.
Yeah, I could kind of agree there that a bit of an odd choice for Nightmare in terms of itemization. Not necessarily. Oh, I'm dying. IRL. Wait, hold on. We have a gank towards the top side. That's going to be Nick Lowles without flash. Did use it earlier to survive that gank. Is he going to live for now? Rigor Mortis is still alive with a lot of health. There it is. Kill claimed without really any potential of it being returned at all. So a good dive there up there for Grown Boys Clique.
Yeah, Volibear did use the Relentless Storm early. Unfortunately, did miss the E, which means he had to keep going for it. But it still doesn't work. It still works out perfectly fine. Don't really think he worried too much though.
Nightmare. Oh my god, Nightmare is so slow, and OP kill switch is here. They're going to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but that's just over for the bot lane of Grown Boys Clique.
Yeah. So I was wrong. You know, happens to the best of us. You know, this Jinx is currently 30 CS down at 9 minutes. This lane could have not went any worse.
It's yeah, it's pretty doomed in terms of lane for Nightmare and Nahor there. That's going to be a solo plate as well, on top of the other 3 that are in the belt of Dark Lord, under the belt of Dark Lord Oswald, and that's without any grubs. So, yeah, you know, just wait, hold on, Nutty Nate getting awfully low. Flash forward from Nick Lowles does get that kill, but is way too low now, and with Rigor Mortis in the area, and now Sean Koo walking up, Nick Lowles certainly, yeah, is just going to try to take this plate and get anything that he can out of this one.
Oh?
Well, wait, hold on, Nick Lowles.
Oh, he actually gets
Rigor Mortis away. Is 2 levels up? Flash from Rigor Mortis, and you mentioned the phase rush does help him to move a little bit farther. Finally, Rigor Mortis will be able to claim that one. But honestly, you know, really good from Nick Lowles, picking up that solo kill and delaying things a lot longer for Grown Boys Clique.
Yeah, top is just like, at this point, I think top is just World War I at this point.
Okay,
Gnar makes a great play. They win a fight, and then Jace just comes in randomly and then just completely dominates, and then Gnar just outplays him, and then it's just Jace comes in. I don't know what's happening at this point. Top lane. It's starting to just get kind of tough for me to watch. But Collector completed already for Caitlyn.
Oh my god, that's a full that is a full level 14 minutes tower. So 5 plates for this bottom lane of Elysium Ares. And that's without without the grubs under their belt. It's yeah.
So
I don't know how to
Shampoo,
expand
this
those,
game
yeah.
looks amazing. We have to kind of execute everybody on the Oriana, you know, but we take what we can get, of course. I do think that it's a lot more interesting for this game to go on, especially with Rigor Mortis getting those kills, able to kind of push his tempo, still kind of behind. Apologies.
Oh no, it's fine.
So now we have the lane swap, which I think is a really good play for this.
It was, yeah, this does, hold on, Nahor
Oh.
won't quite get snared up, flashing away there, and Lulu not going to have that, whatever's coming through, but yeah, the lane swap does come through, and you're talking about pushing advantages with how much the waves come through, you would kind of...
Oh, Nutty Nate is going
Nutty
in!
Nate is going mega. Dark Lord Oswald will have to flash away. He does try to go in, but Dark Lord Oswald just so far ahead, and with OP kill switch in the area, that will be another death for Nutty Nate and yet another kill to Dark Lord Oswald. As Elysium Ares continues to push their advantage, Nahor still doesn't have any flash. Lost that earlier, not too long ago, as we just start to siege away at this top tower. As we do have grubs coming up in 30 seconds. I don't imagine they'll move too far off of this one.
Nutty Nate's ultimate...
Wait, hold on. That's going to be tier 2 bot tower going down, isn't it?
Wait, it is actually. Pre-12 minutes, yeah, that's a 1k to Jace right there. Oh, that is disaster right now.
Oh, wait.
Nightmare has
will
to flash.
the side. Doesn't have enough damage at this point. And hold on, wait. Okay.
Oh, he's dead.
It's just over.
Okay, well,
It's,
Nutty Nate actually got his ultimate canceled by the Poppy E, because the Poppy E would have pushed him further away, but since he got Gnar ulted, it actually just made him stay in the exact same position that he would need to be. So that was kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, I mean, what this overall, what this means for Grown Boys Clique is, I mean, just, oh my God, Dark Lord Oswald's going to pick up another plate.
That's
going. Oh my.
plates.
If we click, yeah, let's take a look at the gold. It is just that comparison. I mean, the gold lead is sitting about 5k as a whole in terms of to the side of Elysium Ares, but about 3k of that is on Dark Lord Oswald over Nightmare alone. And I guess that's not really much of a surprise with how this game has gone in general.
So we have a total waiting for everything to fall down, but if all stays the same, which it seems it will be, a total of 13 tower plates and an inner tower at 14 minutes for Elysium.
Yeah, I don't think you really can expand on that and just like that. Just, I mean, it speaks for itself, really. Wait, hold on. Nick Laws will try to go in on to Nutty Nate, who does have a really large wave. So I'll keep him alive for a little bit longer to have some help from his team coming through. Rigor Mortis is here now. Nick Laws, does he find a way out of this one? Tries to find Nutty Nate, but goes mega just in time. So he'll be fine. And that will be Nick Laws going down. And hold on, from down, going to try to find Hook on Flays, but that's going to be Nutty Nate going down early on. Tough Daddy picking that up. Rigor Mortis low flashing away, not quite killed. Dark Lord Oswald now only on about half health, does go far for that. Does not quite have the ace of the hole, but Tough Daddy on the CC target. Again, outranging from the side of Elysium Ares. We said that that was something that their composition is.
Oh,
Nahor! Nahor! Whoa! Hey, fancy feet there from Nahor, keeping himself alive, not giving over that gold. But really, that's only a consolation at the end of this fight, because Elysium Ares, once again, pick up another Drake and another favorable exchange.
So, really good ultimate from Shanku. That fight does force Dark Lord into a really bad spot, gets him with the ultimate, just the tip of it, to make sure that he can't really continue the fight. Very unfortunately, though, he did walk onto a Caitlyn trap. And I don't think you've heard the painter himself say, your final performance.
Yeah.
So, what should have been a good play turned into Nichols delayed long enough in order to turn the fight into a favorable fight. But I think the overconfidence from GBC to continue going forward is what cost them as well. Because they got what they needed, and it should have just been a sound of alarm, full retreat, like, let Nutty Nate die, we all get out, it's perfectly fine. Instead, they tried to all play hero ball and make sure that they can at least save somebody, but in reality, all you did was just cause more death.
Yeah, and once again, more of an advantage over to the side. Elysium Ares sitting now at around just shy of 6k, as they'll also look to expand that even more with this Rift Herald and the Tier 1 coming through. They have incredible sieging potential on the side of Elysium Ares. And we saw that a little bit there. Grown Boys Clique not really able to step up at all to that wave. This just gives more time for Elysium Ares to finally claim that Rift Herald and a way to open up this map even more.
Yeah, it's really just damning. I mean, bot tier 2 dying at 12 minutes is just crazy at this point, considering Caitlyn was top at that as well in that crucial moment. Open kill switch.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Hey, let me give him some hope. Come on. The GBC fan club is in chat. You know that one guy is in chat. You know, I have to make sure that you
got to go for the fans. Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. I can respect it. I can respect that thought process. But,
yeah. It's getting harder and harder.
Yeah, because I mean the amount of vision that that Elysium Ares are garnering, and just the advantage is just you really can't walk anywhere on the side of Grown Boys Clique.
Actually, wait a second, Isaac. Think about it, okay?
Okay.
Game 1 went exactly like this.
Okay, yes, that's true.
GBC won the early game, still got a little bit of lead, and then completely lost mid and late game to just completely confidence boost themselves to a victory. Oh my goodness, the script writers have created another masterpiece for us. It's a potential another Elysium 10k gold lead throw. Oh, we are so back.
Technically on the cards. It's certainly not certainly not unbelievable at this point. But I mean, one of the reasons why that that turnaround did happen in game 1 for Grown Boys Clique, it did come from a bit of just, I guess, just Elysium not really wanting to fight when they had a team composition that could start something up and that wanted to be starting things. This time around, if they play in a similar fashion, it's a lot more difficult for Grown Boys Clique to really find a way in. So it's certainly not impossible for Grown Boys Clique to pull off some magic. They're definitely. I mean, it is kind of the Grown Boys Clique comfort zone, for being completely honest. I mean, even in their last week's match against Art of War Esports, where they were, again, they had 2 inhibitors down, open base, basically. And they still ended up winning game 3 there to make playoffs. So, I mean, I guess there is maybe a method to the madness of Grown Boys Clique of the comfort zone being just down and out of a game and then coming back into it. So, if there is a team that is capable of pulling off some shenanigans from down gold, it is Grown Boys Clique.
The mental is here. think about it.
Okay.
This is it. When you think of the teams who come back from absolutely nothing, Grown Boys Clique pops in your head. As we will lose the dragon, unfortunately. But, you know, it's a consolidation. Unless we jinx ulti.
Yeah, you know, you got to know your moments. See, they know their moments. They know when they can and when they can't. I do these sorts of things, and well, you send it up to Soul Point, now at 21 minutes. But is this the GBC mastermind move where they open up objective bounties coming up now, and then they claim the objective bounties, and then they get the bonus gold? I think you're onto something there, Gore Snacks, maybe.
I think time will tell on how the goats will perform.
So of course that's Shanku, right? Because he's the one who came on to Otter Talk today, and anyone who's on Otter Talk is like immediately a greatest of all time, right?
Yep.
That's how that works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly how it works.
That is-
Shanku will carry this game.
Well,
Hashtag
see just
GBC
how
fighting.
They do it. OP kill switch will be the first one to walk in. The polymorph is going to be used awfully early from Nahor, but we're not going to really fight this one out any longer. Tough Daddy is nearby, but you know, both these teams just kind of once again playing very tentatively to start things up.
Okay, but a real victory here for GBC is that they cannot pick Caitlyn Zara next game. That's your victory here.
True. That is true.
Oh, nice damage from Shanku.
Coming through, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen a lot, really anything from the side of Grown Boys Clique early on. Especially Shanku's been I mean, being silent on the side of Grown Boys Clique isn't necessarily all that bad with how it's gone for them. But, yeah, definitely a decent chunk there coming from Shanku, offering a little bit of utility as well on the Orianna. Has just a little bit of everything available. So just kind of wait around to see what that moment will be for Grown Boys Clique if they can find a way back into this one. But we see with just how much range is available, how easily they can siege down these turrets. That's going to be the top lane tier 2 going over to the side of Elysium Ares. And I mean, it's just, this is why I did like it a bit earlier, is that even though they don't have a way to start these fights, they can just play from range, and I don't think Elysium Ares minds so much that we're just kind of waiting around for something to happen, because the longer we wait, I mean, Elysium Ares has the advantage to just push in to start to claim these towers and just slowly choke out
Yeah, I
GBC.
feel like we just do this Baron, guys. Like, what are we scared of? Huh?
I don't know. They're I guess they don't want to start it because they know there's. I think they do know that there is vision there on the Baron pit.
Wait, we let them walk up. Wait, what?
Nutty Nate's, hold on. Nutty Nate's going Mega, will use the ultimate there. Nick Wall's taken down to half HP, but Nick Wall's also so far ahead, and with the phase rush will be fine there. They're still just kind of sitting around.
Okay,
now
now
we'll start. Okay, now we're starting it up fully. Okay.
Wait, but we gave them time to respond.
Yeah, I don't know. There's going to be the reset on the Baron.
We just walk away. Okay. That's a win for GBC, guys. That's a win for GBC. Don't worry about it.
Wait, Nick Walls is going to go for Nutty Nate flashing up. Going to be answered by Nick Walls in this 1v1. But no, so no. Oh, hey! Mega Death Rocket almost onto Nick Walls. Would have been an incredible moment there had Nightmare found it. But once again, we just kind of sit around and wait.
Yeah. I don't think we should be terrified, especially of a one-item Jinx while we're IE Collector Caitlyn. But I guess they don't want to potentially pull the trigger and mess up their moment. Oh no, this is a game 1 scenario all over again, isn't it, Isaac? Oh no.
It's rhyming at this point. I don't think it's quite that because we do have the Mountain Soul coming up. One thing different is that Grown Boys Clique did have that early Drake stacking in game 1 from a few of those really good early plays in like the 2v2 and 1v1. And hold on, that's going to be Rigor Mortis stunned up and taken down to about half health. Rigor Mortis flashing forward will try to flatten out Tough Daddy. They'll commit a lot and he'll be knocked out of this fight. And without any more front line for Grown Boys Clique, can they find a fight? Dorglar Oswald picking up that first one, but he's taking low. Nutty Nate can't quite find that. They will find the ADC in the end. 2 for 2 to start out this fight. Now Rigor Mortis is back and on about half health, so it's fairly easy even for now. Both OP Kill Switch and Rigor Mortis in the area, so no smite advantage for either of these two teams to really start up this streak. And once again, we start to get this tentative push and pull in between these two teams. And that is one weakness from the composition of Elysium Ares, is that if they can stay at range, they will eventually hit you down, but they find a way in like they did that time. It doesn't matter that they're sitting down around about 7k gold at this point. They do enough alone, and with how squishy Elysium Ares are, they find a way in. It won't matter so much. Rigor Mortis now. We find a way. We're just kind of sitting around once longer. These kill timers have all come back up in that meantime, so if we don't get things started immediately, it means we will have another 5v5.
But Nightmare's so low, he can't do this.
Nightmare's so low, but also Nightmare, not exactly the most influential moment of this fight. OP Kill Switch will be taken down. Wild Growth will be used to keep us alive a little bit longer, but 1v1 start this out. Ace in the hole will be taken up by Nahor, but they're so low. Nichols from downtown! 3-pointer getting claimed up by that Jace. So Elysium Ares will have the numbers advantage in and around this strike and will claim the Infernal Soul.
Oh, Nutty Nate just killed his Lulu. Unfortunate. I mean, it's just craziness for the past just minute of just brawling at each other. It's like just watching two people just constantly take punches to the face and then saying, is that the best you got? But GBC, I mean, you do lose the soul, but you get some shutdowns. You get the Caitlyn shutdown. You get the Poppy shutdown, right? It is helpful, but how does Elysium even lose a fight this ahead again?
I wouldn't really say they lost it. They went relatively even in kills, and also they ended up picked up the Infernal Soul. So, I mean, obviously saying 7k up probably shouldn't be this close, ideally. I'm not going to say that Elysium Ares have been perfect or completely, just perfect in this one. But, I mean, still, overall, I think it's fine from Elysium Ares. They know this time they do have the Infernal Soul, which is something they didn't have last time. Last time they're going into an extremely unfavorable Mountain Soul against them. So, I mean, we're talking about the potential comeback from Grown Boys Clique, but if they do manage to find this one, I think you just kind of cry if you're Elysium Ares, because it's just too solid from Elysium Ares this time. I mean, surely there's no way. Surely, right? There's no way that,
we
right?
don't lose. Surely we don't lose. We take the Baron now.
Yeah.
We're
Baron,
stomping on their
Infernal
throats.
Soul.
This is our moment, guys. We're going to a game 3 with an Elysium win. Alright, the scriptwriters tried their hardest, okay? But, this... Oh, no.
But yeah, I think this is the difference from I mean, a big difference between game 1 and game 2. I mean, not only having Infernal Soul, which does help a lot for the composition they drafted. Wait, hold on. We're going to go straight in. That's going to be Rigor Mortis taken down immediately. But it's going to be straight back. Oh my goodness! Shonku does a lot! Is it enough? Not quite. Dark Lord Oswald keeping alive there. And now Nick Lowe's is... Yeah, okay, Nick Lowe's is here. It's Nutty Nate going to use the Gnar. Does get the kill on Dark Lord Oswald. Does well to trade that back. I mean, honestly, it was okay. Yeah, that's the ace, and that's it. It was valiant from Grown Boys Clique there in that fight. They had a lot to like, and you could say maybe they would have been able to pick that up.
They can't end. They cannot end. The game is not over. The cannon minion is Baron buffed. It can't reach it. Oh my goodness.
Hold on. Death timers are coming up in 5 seconds on Nightmare.
Rigor
Mortis. It's
Rigor
up
Mortis
now.
is up.
Inhibitor. I mean, Nexus is
Shut
open,
down.
but no. There's
Wait
no
a
way,
second.
right? There's no way, right? Okay.
Oh my
There's
god.
no way.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Woo.
Okay. Calm. There's no way. There is no way. There is, in fact, no possible way at this very moment in time that Grown Boys Clique take game 2. Because Elysium Ares,
Stabilize.
they come back. They didn't let the tragedy of game 1 get to them, and even though it was a bit calculated from from Elysium Ares to kind of wait around and kind of just choke out Grown Boys Clique there.
So if this was
Yeah.
last patch Jinx, that Orianna ulti would have saved the game. And that would have been a great ulti because Jinx would have had better items. Unfortunately, Jinx went Yonto. Oh, wait. Do you see that on stream, by the way? Do you
See
see
what?
the names are glitched out? The sex sheep. Who is...
Yeah.
Riot is a $27 billion company, guys. Don't worry about it.
We're getting, again, updates from
Arcane
Wookiee Monster.
Season 2.
We're getting updates from Wookiee Monster behind the scene. Apparently, it's past summoner names that you use that sometimes pop up.
Oh.
It's a thing that happens, apparently.
Oh, we're outing somebody then.
Anyway,
Okay.
we'll move on. Ignoring that, we'll move on. We'll move over to a break, but coming back, we'll have the draft for Game 3 in an even series here in Blue Water Diamond. So don't go anywhere. We'll bring that to you in just a few moments.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの指示何を見て何 それがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げて信じたから消されない虹の奇跡残した
To the
And we are back after a dominant game 2 from Elysium Ares. For that is we are streaming Blue Otter League's quarterfinals. I'm Isaac. Alongside me is Glor Snacks for this one, and yeah, controlled from Elysium Ares in game 2, I'd say.
Yeah, we got our lead. We decided to properly utilize it as well, push forward as much as we can, and it just resulted in a free just win.
Yeah, and so, which is something that I think it was a good look for Elysium Ares. Obviously, those champs aren't quite going to be available for them this time around. Bans looking, I think, are identical for the first 3 games this time around. To be clear, Elysium Ares now back on the blue side. Grown Boys Clique opting to switch after that one.
So, what do
Sure.
you think? Do you mess with Elysium blue side after what we saw game 1?
I mean, I don't know if the side necessarily had much to do with it in game 1. I think a lot of the errors in game 1 for Elysium Ares came through from not starting fights when they should have and not pushing an advantage in a way, and so I'm a bit slightly concerned about the Jarvan selection from Elysium Ares on this time around, because he's definitely that sort of champion that I want to immediately go in on. So unless we see a shifted mentality from Elysium Ares in time for game 3, it's a little bit questionable. At least that one very specific pick, even if it is a kind of OP kill switch sort of pick. And it's only 1 for now, too, so. Hello?
I think... Oh, no. The rigor mortis Lee Sin.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, you have experience with that.
no.
You have experience with that. You can
okay.
go off on that. Rigor mortis Lee Sin. I know you have thoughts on that, so feel free to let them out.
No,
No?
there's nothing I could say.
Okay. Well, that is the rigor mortis Lee Sin nonetheless. And I guess perhaps not too unsurprising there. It's a champ that he does like to play every now and then, but Ahri will be the selection on the side on the side of Elysium Ares alongside the Misfortune into the Xayah. So I mean, early on I do like the Misfortune selection into the Xayah, at least in a vacuum. We can definitely see at least with Lee Sin and perhaps a few changes from Grown Boys Clique, I would like to see them try to make it life a little bit hard there for the MF, as Silas will be the choice for GBC.
Ooh. You do get Ahri ult. It's just an Ahri counter itself, but it's gonna be interesting to see what is now the draft going forward for Elysium, because now you know that the Silas is on the enemy team. You can't really go for the sort of pick that you always wanted. The J4 MF, very, cookie cutter combo. Just J4 ulti into MF ulti into Ahri pick. Do you like the mid jungle duo that they already do have for Elysium? But I think GBC has a good response with the Xayah, immediately seeing that Jarvan pick, knowing exactly an idea of what they're going to do. But Xayah can only dodge so much damage at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the ability to just say no to everything, basically, on that ultimate, going to be a valuable for Xayah, at least from what Elysium Ares are showing this time around. But one pick that is up that I would maybe like to see Elysium Ares take away is Rakan, and the double side of that duo is available. R4 would be an easy selection there to lock in basically straight away, I would suspect. Especially with how much focus on the support pool that these two will be seeing, that will I mean, surely, right? Rakan, right? We banned Rakan here, Elysium.
Yeah, surely, but
Right? Come on, come. Okay, well they banned
Gragas.
Gragas.
Okay. Well, you
Uh,
asked for Rakan. You did not get Rakan.
well, probably. I mean, then grown boys lock it in here, right? Like, that's just
I
what we
think it
do.
should be a good pick for it. I just don't think it's going to be enough engage. You can go the Rakan for the counter engage, but Rakan
I mean, I
just.
get there. There it is. There we
Hmm,
go.
I don't enjoy it, but I do think it is a good pick considering how pinched the support pool got.
I mean, maybe you go. I mean, I guess Nautilus could have been an interesting idea. Because I said you're saying that you want a way for a more reliable way for GBC to go in. I'm guessing, right?
Yeah.
That's what you would have rather seen. Which I, yeah, I guess you have that easy option, especially onto Misfortune, to just prevent any sort of layering of the Cataclysm and Bullet Time. But Nautilus, since it is available, will be the choice for Elysium Ares, and just a very reliable engage support there for hooked on Flays coming through.
Yeah, it does work really good with the MF as well, just kind of pushing that lane forward. I think it's alright. Renekton now the insta-lock coming in. So, kind of a pro-centric comp from the side of Elysium, and the Alawi counter. Ooh. It's
Ooh.
really tough for Renekton to play to
Ooh,
Alawi.
wait. Oh, Mordekaiser, though. Actually,
It's the battle of stat checkers. If we lock in Mordekaiser, it's a stat checker battle.
I do like the Mordekaiser.
And it's a stat checker battle.
It's a stat checker battle, sure, but Mordekaiser also, like, just generally works a lot better when the enemy team wants to run into you. And Elysium Ares wants to run into the grown boys clique for sure with their composition that they've got. I do like the Mordekaiser pick here for GBC.
As someone who loves Mordekaiser as a champion and plays him a lot, it's a good pick if you are able to control your W timings into Renekton. Because if you W willy-nilly and he breaks your empowered shield, you will die.
Oh, yeah. True. That is a concern for the Mordekaiser. Yeah. On the other, I mean, it's sometimes there's something that should have been in your brain and then wasn't. Now you consider it, but I mean, still, Mordekaiser on the whole, I think, like,
I don't think it's that.
thematically,
Yeah,
I don't think it's that, but like thematically, I think
damages.
it's fine, right?
I don't think it damages the comp identity that you have. I just think that there are potentially better picks that you can go that help with your comp identity more.
Okay, yeah, I like the I mean, between what's available, I'm thinking obviously Gragas was taken away. We're not no Ornn. I mean, maybe Cassante would have been, I mean, a pretty normal one there in the top lane to help out. Maybe.
I think Cassante would be fine.
Yeah.
The problem, especially buffed Cassante, where he's able to just kind of do what he pleases. I think that helps out a lot more than people realize. Where he's able to just kind of space dominate and all that and get what he wants.
Well, as we start going through the actual picks and bans, I don't suspect we'll see any major swaps in around here, especially since we've seen Silas now going there into the mid lane and so on. So, I mean, on the whole, who would you rather be if you had to pick to play out one of these compositions in solo queue or snacks? Who you'd rather have?
Oh, for just what we have,
Yeah,
I'd rather be
between the
on
draft.
Renekton.
Okay.
Just because it's a lot easier comp to execute.
It is. I mean, in fairness, yeah. But I mean, have you considered Silas gets the not ult, and that's easy stuff there. You're talking about a slight a concern about a lack of engage. The Nautilus move over there, it's something for Silas and the side of GBC. I think that we could look out for going into this one. Maybe.
I think
perhaps, right?
it's not ideal that your Silas is the one starting all of these fights and engaging for you. But if it's the best you got, it's the best you got.
Well, we'll have to see how Grown Boys Clique managed to navigate this one this time around, or if Elysium Aries start to put them, or either of these teams really put themselves at match point after this one. But we'll have to wait until we are loaded onto the Rift for that one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for Game 3 momentarily.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてるそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらしたぐりせる道の兆の向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう繰り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河に広がってくそれがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げてる信じたから
And once again, we go for Game 3 here between Elysium Aries and Grown Boys Clique, the Blue Water Diamond League quarterfinals. And as we get a line of scrimmage from both these teams, I don't suspect we'll see much. Glor Snacks, what are you looking forward to here in Game 3?
I'm looking to really see the jungle pathing, right? I think it is really just dependent on how Rigor Mortis plays this early game. Last time I played Lee Sin, I believe I was watching. He started off really ahead in the game, but just quickly fell apart. And it was really saddening to see as we just have constant trades. Wait, it's just bloody.
I mean, it's a bit odd. Well, Rigor Mortis starting to flash from Tough Daddy, going out to dodge out the grand entrance from Nahor there. So, not just a standard line of scrimmage start from both these teams. No flash on Tough Daddy will be a potential point of stress there for Elysium Aries to start this one out.
Yeah, it's really bad for Ari to start the lane down flash, especially in someone who is clearly just going to go in. Shanklu just throwing caution to the wind constantly, it seems. He is just going to go in as much as he can.
Oh, but double W start for Nightmare Nahor. This is something you can do on Zyra. You do have kill potential maybe there. Hooked on Play is also going to have to flash. Interesting use of the heal from Nahor to try to speed Nightmare up a bit there to secure the kill. So a trade of summoner spells, but I would say definitely favored to the side of Grown Boys Clique, especially since Hooked on Flays has not decided to go for the Hex Flash this time around.
Ooh, I mean, this is just interesting on interesting.
Okay, explain.
It's kind of reminiscent of how Game 1 kind of started for the side of Hooked, right? Where they were just also losing just at random points of the game per se. And it did lead to just almost complete collapse of the early game pressure. Thankfully, the early game is saved this time, so we are perfectly fine.
We're going to go in again onto Hooked on Flays. The snare not quite going to find its way through as Nightmare recalls those feathers, but still another good trade for the Zyra lane. But over to the mid lane, Shanku flashing away. Shanku will end up getting hit by OP kill switch, but is it enough? Not quite. Shanku! Oh, Shanku! Wait! Oh my goodness! Jeez, that was way too close from Shanku. Way too close for comfort and hold on straight over to the bottom lane. Nahor will be able to hop away there, having leveled E second on the Rakan. So we'll be fine. But we said we wanted to see a lot more proactivity from these two team compositions coming into this one. And within 3.5 minutes, we've got it.
I did say it was going to be a bloody game. Did not know it was going to be like that this early on. I thought we would have had some good trades going around, but yeah. This is Shanku almost deciding to game end.
Hold on, speaking of Shanku, we do have the gank coming into the mid lane. Going to move over now. Wait, hold on. There's a reason why we stayed up there. Solo kill to the Renekton, and Flag and Drag comes through. OP kill switch is here. Tough Daddy keeps himself alive long enough to keep the mid lane of Grown Boys Clique interested. And it's really well executed across the map from Elysium Aries.
Yeah, we just, we're having the fights exactly like we said we were going to have them. And now another possible death here in the top.
This isn't where you want to be. Nutty Nate will secure the solo bolo onto the enemy top laner. So, straight away, well, I mean, fights left, right, and center here in Game 3. Or I guess top, mid, and bot, all of them going in separate ways, but after all those few exchanges, it is still slightly favored to the side of Elysium Aries.
Yeah, Renekton able to get that solo kill, use the Empower W correctly, like I had just told you before.
He's going to choose to go in, and now the counter engage from Nahor with the snare coming through. 2v2 kill for the bot lane of Grown Boys Clique. Done really well there to turn that around on the side of GBC. But perhaps definitely ill-advised from Hooked on Flays there in that one.
Don't know the exact correct thought process between the Nautilus there. The mental communication probably did not come through effectively. But
Case of calculated, but boy, I'm bad at math.
I would tend to agree from what I just saw there.
Yeah, maybe not the highest moment of the season for Hooked on Plays, that's for sure. But all the way, wait, this might just be it though. Very counter attack. Hooked on Plays going to go in straight as soon as he gets back. Nightmare going low. Heal will be dropped by Nahor to keep them alive a little bit longer. Barriers now getting changed. Dark Lord Oswald will get that one, so 2v2 kill straight away going over to the... So wait, hold on. OP kill switch is here, and with a low Nahor without any summoners.
Oh, Rigor Mortis is in the bad spot.
Will find Hooked on Plays, but there's just too many members of the side of Elysium Ares to really find anything there for Rigor Mortis, and yet once again Elysium Ares doing really well to garner an early game advantage here in game 3.
It's just a repeat of what just happened before. It's just horrible timing, pressure just not there at the right time, waves shoved in constantly. It's, oh man, GBC early game strong suit has not reached its pinnacle right now, but
Yeah, not this time around, that's for sure.
not this time around. It's going to be harder and harder as the game does continue on. If you aren't able to get this Xayah ahead, able to just kind of take over the game herself. You know, Renekton, Jarvan, Ahri, very easy backline access. Xayah can only dodge so much, like I said earlier. So we have to give her the best chance possible.
At the very least, they are committing a lot to this streak. They will be able to play in the first streak, and with OP kill switch on the opposite side of the map, there won't really be much of a chance to at least trade this way immediately. He does move straight up to that afterwards, but it's something for Grown Boys Clique this early on. That being said, they are at 7.5 minutes down. They're already 1.5k at a deficit, and it's tough if you're Grown Boys Clique this early.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of just watch the resources get away from you when you had such a great advantage before. But not the end of the world, of course. It's not looking as bad as it potentially could be, as now a nice little fight here top, but Renekton does lose that early game now to this mid-game start just because of how ahead this Mordekaiser is, pressure-wise. So he's able to do a lot more in these fights than he can.
Okay, as we move over to that a bit, we've finally calmed down a little bit now. The neutral objective trade did eventually come through there at the start of this one. So it is grubbed over to the side of Elysium Ares, which is honestly something I'm quite a fan of. You can find the push there in the mid lane. You start to... Oh, wait, hold on. Rigor Mortis going to miss the Q, though. Nick Lol sent to Brazil for now. Going to be stunned into the tower. Nutty Nate taking a lot of damage from that, and 3 tower shots will be hitting the top lane of GBC, and now Rigor Mortis is left around. Cataclysm is available for OP kill switch to use if he really chooses to, and there it is. The Cowarding Gank coming through and coming clean. But even cleaner was Nick Lol's there in the top lane, keeping that, getting that kill in the 2v1 as well. And so really good stuff from Elysium Ares as a whole. And hold on, Tough Daddy, good, and Shanku very low. Making things dangerous and going to force the recall out there without the teleport to come back on the Shanku. That's going to be a lot more, oh my goodness, excuse me, I'm a bit congested, but going to be a little more difficult for Shanku to really start climbing that up.
Isaac, please tell me I did not see that.
See what?
From that Mordekaiser play. It was such an overforce. Rigor Mortis missed it completely. The play is over. We don't need to keep going forward, guys. The play is over. We take our losses. We lick our wounds. Instead, we overforce, fight a Renekton under tower, take 3 tower shots, and just give the Renekton a bigger lead more than he could have ever imagined. As now Mordekaiser just cannot play this lane anymore. He put himself in such a bad spot.
Yeah, it was certainly one of the blunders of the season there for Nutty Nate to start to try to extend that any further, but I mean also Rigor Mortis missing a basically, not even basically, just a point blank range Q there to reduce the amount of damage coming through. It's just a bit shocking, honestly, from Grown Boys Clique there, just how poorly misplayed it was, and we'll just have to see how they manage to recover from that. But if it continues like this, it might get away from them if we continue on this trajectory. Because my goodness, look at Nick Rolls onto Nutty Nate there. That's a sizable chunk in just one spell rotation.
Yeah, unfortunately, this lane does not get any better. This is kind of the pinnacle of the lane. The stat checker has won, and it's the Renekton stat checking this time. But it is still not that bad. Considering he's only died twice, it's still recoverable, right? You just have to slowly get your items, get your lead advantage. You fight him at 3 items, you could possibly win if you aren't too behind. But hopefully we can get to that point where the Mordekaiser being behind early does not affect the game that much.
Hopefully not that much, but we do have a large number of members gathering in and around the mid lane here. Wait, hold on. Nutty Nate will send Nick Lulz to the Death Realm for now and actually do a decent job at the early start of this one. But with the Eclipse coming through, it won't be enough, and actually will be the solo kill for the Mordekaiser. So very well played by Nutty Nate there in the Death Realm, and actually Shonku. That teleport was awful. We'll also have to flash away from that to make sure that he doesn't die. That will also give over the dragon to the side of Elysium Ares.
Never mind. Mordekaiser diff. My fault, Nutty Nate. I was not familiar with your game. Mordekaiser Death Realm, just giving him the extended stats. Even though Renekton, I think he got ulted as soon as he ulted, so the stats upgrade did go to Mordekaiser in the end. So that's what caused him to win that fight in the long run, because he got the extra health from it.
Didn't wait, hold on. Nick Wolves going to be sent down, and actually Rigor Mortis will do a lot of damage here early on, and that will be very well executed from the way. Ooh, I don't know about this. From Hooked on plays, he'll opt to go in, but maybe a little bit ill-advised. Fighting a lot of damage. Will be at least alive for now, but so yeah, top lane, very well done by Rigor Mortis and Nutty Nate, kind of making up for that big mistake earlier.
Isaac, I have a question for you.
God,
how well cooked do you like your burgers? Because this game is a bit of a flip already.
Well, I mean, when you're talking about cooking, you don't want to really flip it all too much, but luckily we aren't quite making a burger here. We don't want to let it sit too long on one side because, yeah, a bit of a flippy game. Definitely a way going. I mean, perhaps you could say this is a bit rare, maybe, if we're using the burger analogy.
Okay. I enjoyed the burger analogy. Thank you for continuing it. I personally think that this is still a fine game state. It's really just a question of how much more can you push into the areas where GBC can just move the leads.
So, like, GBC moving the leads, they're going to want to move that probably up towards the top lane, I'd imagine, especially with that solo kill there. Tough Daddy going to have the chain of ultimates there, and now OP kill switch hopping forward on the Cataclysm. Shonku can't go anywhere. OP kill switch picking up yet another kill in this fight. Wait, hold on, Hooked on plays, going to get caught out. Bullet time not really to find anything there. Going to force the flash out of the enemy support. Our Grown Boys Clique, but still the kill. Going over the side of Elysium Ares.
I think that was a glitch. That MF ulti definitely hit somebody, but it actually didn't do any damage.
I mean, it didn't really. I mean, it marginally hit it. I mean, it didn't do a lot of damage, but it didn't also last very long onto who it was going for. Rigor Mortis is here and will actually find Hooked on Plays, going to hook the enemy support into his team with a numbers advantage. Nightmare should be able to claim this one. Yes, he does. But at what cost? As the Rift Herald gets traded for that across the other side of the map. Dark Lord Oswald, you can't stay here for much longer, can you? Wait, Tough Daddy is alongside. He'll go and be used early, and oh my god, that's a perfect trauma onto Nightmare. That is incredible from Tough Daddy. There's absolutely no way you should find the angle there onto the enemy ADC, but they do find this Nahor goes low, and they will have to exit at maximum velocity there. We'll keep the support alive, but very well played from Tough Daddy to find Nightmare from that angle.
Yeah, really well played from Tough Daddy. The roam, perfect timing, just to secure as much as he can. As another charm will just try to come out on Rigor Mortis. Does hit the minion, of course. Get down, Mr. President, as the minion would say.
I don't think you can really do much here as Rigor Mortis. They're already at the tower. No more plates. Tough Daddy does have the Spirit Rush available. Dark Lord Oswald going to pick up that kill, and it's just a bit too long from Rigor Mortis. You need to get out earlier and just stay for that against better wisdom.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable play, but it's still not the end of the world per se. If you are Rigor Mortis, it's just pushing you back tempo-wise where you can't afford to be behind tempo-wise.
Yeah, especially sitting down at around 5k at this point. Nick Lowell is going to maybe get a bit surrounded here. We got two members up towards this side, but we'll be fine for now. But yeah, Elysium Ares, they've come out. I mean, obviously, Joe and Boys Clique have found a few moments in and around, but overall, Elysium Ares is going to. Hey, hold on, we've seen this before. Nutty Nate sending Nick Lowell to the death realm. Found a solo kill last time in this with 8, but will miss a few Qs to start out. And actually, Trade of Flashes now has Nutty Nate on the opposite side, and Shanku's teleport will be able to secure this Nutty Nate with dancing, just to taunt a little bit there. But it was almost a bit of a blunder from Nutty Nate. Needed a lot of help from his friends to get that down.
Yeah, kind of problematic, considering how ahead this Mordekaiser should be. Of how much ahead he got tempo-wise, able to continuously trade in the Death Realm, get himself back into it, and just barely surviving now. But it is Dragon for the side of Elysium. I purposely think that this is a really bad play because you had to waste so much time top to make sure your Mordekaiser didn't die that you just lose Dragon setup.
Not only do you lose Drake, they did have the side of Elysium Ares did have the Rift Herald. Oh wait, they're going to use a teleport in. Nutty Nate going to start this one out. This is a bit odd, but here comes the rest of Grown Boys Clique. Do they find it? Nutty Nate going to be taken down now. First heal going over to Elysium Ares, and now Nahor will be taking Rigor Mortis already so low. Does he finally get claimed? Yes, he does. Tough Daddy having to flash away. So at least it's something from the side of Grown Boys Clique, but it's not much as they get a cleanly aced 5-0 in this fight. And they didn't even have to commit everybody to this one. It's
What are they
not
doing,
good.
Isaac?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
That was such a bad teleport timer. The fight is already over. The dragon is already dead, guys. We have to move on to the next play. We saved our Mordekaiser. We don't have the ultimates to go for this fight. And just an overforce again from GBC, where you can't be overforcing into this game. It pushes you further and further behind.
It's also odd because it's a dragon that they really could easily afford to just give. No, I mean, I don't really see how Elysium Ares picking up this Drake, or how or Elysium Ares picking up this Drake breaks the game for GBC, or no, on the other hand, I don't see how GBC claiming that Drake, even if they did find it there, really puts it back for them. So it's just a high risk play that goes wrong for, honestly, even low reward if it goes right. So it's just a bit strange there from Grown Boys, really.
Well, it makes you... I don't know. It's
Yeah,
it's like, an emotional play. it's just straight up emotions just taking over there, trying their hardest to like say like, guys, we need to do
98 will
this.
send
The
Nick
Brazil.
Lulz to the Death Realms to straight away, but I mean, unless if Nutty Nate's just dead here. He's back. He's back from his holiday to Brazil. Nick Lulz will claim that. All the members are up. At the very least, this does open up the mid lane a little bit more for Grown Boys Clique. See if they can't pick up this objective bounty without two member members around. They'll try to force this down, but without any grubs available to them, they may have just overstayed their welcome. That's going to be Nahor getting charmed up there. Shonku taking the Spirit Rush. Everybody's here. Hooked on Flames will find Shonku, though. Going to have to use that Spirit Rush to get away as fast as possible, but just waits too long to use that to exit, and that will be another kill going inside of Elysium Ares.
Oh, it goes from bad to worse.
It really does. It's been a questionable game from Grown Boys Clique.
It just looks deflating for the side of GBC at this point. It's harder and harder to just see the ways and avenues.
I can respect their decision to try to stay around a little bit longer there in the mid lane, because it's already starting to go so far away from them that you have to think, oh wait, hold on, we're not done yet. Rigor Mortis just going to hop away. Word hop away there, but I can respect the decision because you're already falling so far behind that it's like, well, you gotta try something. Maybe we pick up an objective bounty, get some more gold, start to find a way to start to cut away at this massive deficit that they're finding themselves in. But it's now just expanded to a point where, I mean, we're sitting around 12k at 22 minutes into the favor of Elysium Ares, that you just go, maybe we just look towards game 4.
I mean, it's hard to say that, but it's just the honest truth, how this game is just completely fallen apart.
Nutty Nate?
Oh?
Yeah, Nutty Nate's just, I think he's just dead here. There's not much he can do. He'll try to send somebody to death row, probably. He'll send Hooked on Plays to death row. Maybe he'll get a kill traded back, but there's nothing that his team can do to save him. And yep, Nutty Nate goes down.
Oh. It just gets harder and harder every time.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, you can't really do much here except for maybe go game 4. We're sitting 23 minutes. Bot inhibitors already being claimed.
And it's very reminiscent of game 1, but this time Elysium just actually pulls a lot more of the triggers with this comp. The Ahri Tough Daddy just going in constantly. Shonku, who this series was just insanely good, just able to constantly get repressure off, just falling behind so early. That one fight skirmish early game, just putting them behind, never able to fully recover at this point. And I do agree with you, Isaac. I think you just look at this game and say, guys, let's talk about game 4.
Yeah. I mean, what more is there to say? The next Drake, Soul Point, will be picked up by Elysium Ares, kind of in the background. That is up. There's just absolutely no chance that this gets contested at all by Grown Boys Clique, and I mean, I'm trying to find a point of conversation with this one, but it's a bit difficult when it goes this way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is kind of hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel for GBC this game. Unless that tunnel is a freight train called the Jarvan Ahri Express.
I think I'm going to use the Twitch chat to help out a little bit more on this one. The ADC of Akuma Sabers, Matt G, has come through and asked, is Rigor Mortis the GOAT? Is this a conversation we need to have? Not this time.
Do we need to say this while the man is currently down like this? Do we need to put him on him while he's on? Like, guys, come on.
You know, I mean, maybe he just tuned in and wasn't aware what was going on. maybe he wasn't aware that this game was going as dourly as it was, as we see an attempt from Rigor Mortis and Nutty Nate. Nick Laws going to flash away. Will they even find Nick Laws? Nick Laws is fine for now. Nutty Nate getting picked up, and on the back end of this fight, first kill on the side of Elysium Ares, and there's just not much you, yeah, I mean, you gotta respect the attempt. You gotta respect the attempt from Grown Boys Clique. Honestly, that's probably about as good as the fight could have gone when you're down 13k gold at 25 minutes. But you're down 13k gold at 25 minutes. Like, it's just simple as, really.
Yeah.
Really, it's just top lane tier 3 going to the side of Elysium Ares there, just to add insult to injury as we start to move to try to make this, well, not quite a perfect game. Coming through Nahor, going to use the Grand Entrance to find a way in. And, yeah, I don't know, what specific change are you looking for out of Grown Boys Clique going into game 4? Because I'm just going to have to assume at this point we're probably going to be seeing
I'm looking for Rigor Mortis to get his confidence back. It seems like the games where they
well, that's one way to try to get your confidence back.
I don't think that was confidence. I think that was a protest.
I think that was
As
desperation. Oh, here we go. Wait, Tough Daddy going low will be picked up. So a good start to the fight from Grown Boys Clique. They do really well to pick up the enemy mid laner, which is more than what they've been able to do in recent minutes. But despite that, they were 13k gold. Now they're 14.5.
And Mordecai has left the game.
Yeah, this is. There we go. Nahor is going to try to run away, but I mean,
unfortunately, this type of game has worse effects on the morale for GBC, because this game, just like Bane, breaks your back. It is a back-breaking game, just completely demoralizing as much as they can. And they did look for plays early. It just got to the point where they couldn't respond, and then the moment they were able to respond, it was already too late.
Yeah, it was a bit toothless from Grown Boys Clique there in game 2, but we kind of said something similar at the end of game 1 with Elysium Ares. We were saying that you know, you just gotta reset for the next one after such a tragedy, and well, Elysium Ares were able to find their way back in for game 2, and so maybe Grown Boys Clique can mentally reset, try to force a game 5, but we'll have to wait and see if they can do that, because when we come back, it will be the draft of Game 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you again in a few moments.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのし何を見て何を探してき
And we are back after a controlled game 3 from Elysium Aries as they move their way up to match point in this series. There are only going to be 3 bans this time around, Glor Snacks. And, well, lo and behold, they're the exact same 6 bans we've seen in the first round of bans. Every single game this time so far.
Diversity exists in the ban phase.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a bit more diverse coming up because we're going to have no bans in the second round, but which means we might be
spoilers. Hold on now. We can't let the chat know that GVC miraculously comes back.
Oh wait. I mean, you can't tell you leaked the script now. Come on.
You already mentioned it, man. Come on.
What?
Try to keep some semblance here.
Wait, that there's no bans in the second round. That's
in game 5 that there's no bans. That's what you said.
I said that there's no bans in the second round of this draft. Like,
I just heard you then.
Oh.
I thought you were leaking the GBC script early.
Okay. No, I. But now you leaked the script. Now they know.
But like I was baited by you. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, either way, guys, this is totally not scripted. We're definitely not going to game 5. Gosh, this is going to be so bad if GBC actually goes to game 5. If GBC actually sends us to game 5, this is going to.
What do you mean? Of course they are.
But either way, coming through in the picks, Kaisa not all too much of a surprise here out of the available ADCs for Elysium Aries. But what is a slight surprise is Neela the lock-in for GBC.
Well, we're trying something new. Might as well. Season's on the line, boys. Hold the line as much as we can.
I don't necessarily mind Neela all too much as a pick into Kaisa. I mean, Neela's biggest weakness is that, no range on that. But Kaisa not exactly the longest range outside of the W. But now straight onto Elysium Aries. Not too unconventional so far from Elysium.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry. Football game. Lilia and Aatrox.
I see.
But then Aatrox coming in, I really like the Lily Aatrox actually. I think that actually helps push a lot more forward thinking for as much as they can for the side. But I also start to worry about how you go forward, like with certain things in your area, right? How are you going to be able to get onto this Wukong effectively early game to shut him down, where Wukong just doesn't take over the game for you, right? And that's a issue where Rigor Mortis has to go ahead and do that play as much as he can. He has to be very proactive early. The Gragas early as well to try and neutralize as much as we can of this Aatrox power and push him behind. And the Neela into Kaisa is just favorable.
Yeah, as we start to move into the second round, or the second round of bans, it's going to take a while using the draft lull tool. They don't have an option to do a none ban, unfortunately. Probably should alert the teams to like use nonsense bans, but to speed it up, maybe. Either way, we move towards that. Thank you,
Slowly.
Wookie, for trying to speed them up. Wookie did a good job to try to speed them up, but there's a bit of resistance. Oh, there we go. There's the Teemo ban. That's ignore that. That's not going to count.
Whoa, Teemo ban. Whoa.
Whoa.
Crazy ban, actually.
No, but you see, it was actually going to be Hooked on Plays was going to play Teemo support. We can't. Oh no. That was in the cards.
Restart, guys.
Yeah, we just gotta restart the draft at this point because you know that champ's no longer available.
Yep.
And Shaco, oh no, Shaco's no longer on the cards for these two teams.
Whoa, guys. Come
Oh,
on now.
whoa, no, there's after they've picked their junglers too. Oh my, I don't believe it. But anyway, moving over to the picks, Rel going to be the choice alongside Neela, a champ that hasn't been available due to it being banned away in the second round of bans. Where the first 3 games will be picked up by Hooked on Plays for this one.
Well, this is kind of nice for the side of Neela Rel. They just kind of dominate as much as they can. They pressure a lot easier than possible. And, oh, Alistar.
Common Neela counter pick, yeah.
I think
Not
it's
Neela, Rel counter pick.
Rel.
Rel counter pick. What am I talking about? Wait, hold on.
It is also good versus the Neela because it does force the Neela to space more in the early game. Or else she has to W early, and if she doesn't W early, she takes a lot of free poke. So I do like the Alistar pick as well. I think it does more than just counter the Rel. I think it just helps out, you know, Kaisa try and survive the early game by just taking the damage. And Smolder! Locked in!
We saw it banned out last time to prevent it from going over to Tough Daddy there. Actually, I got the names backwards. It's Elysium on the blue side, so it's actually going to be the Rel for Nahor. My mistake. But ooh, Aurora. Do we?
Okay, we got
Okay.
Oh.
Oh no! I thought
Pro
it was
counter.
going to. Yeah.
It's a pro counter pick. As you're able to just bully the Smolder, scale free.
Yeah.
Dodge
I
as
don't.
much as you can.
It's definitely the better pick in terms of trying to send this one to a game 5 for grown boys, but you know, yeah, I mean, Azir is certainly the better option into the Smolder, and I think in general too, Elysium Ares' comp.
Oh, I don't know. Smolder. Watching Smolder play, especially in Blue Water, is kind of cursed just because of the Smolders I have seen through all the leagues of Blue Water, despite him not being a very well-liked champion, is still popularly picked sometimes, which doesn't make too much sense to me considering Smolder kind of forces you into a losing situation early game. but we can see what we can do.
We'll see how they manage to play this one out, but I suspect we're going to send this one to a spectator delay, unless you have any thoughts to close this out.
Nope.
Or snacks. Well, we'll send it to a very quick break, but when we come back, we'll bring up the matchup between Elysium Aries and Grown Boys Clique and see whether or not Elysium Aries advance to face Akuma Sabres next week, or if Grown Boys Clique send us to 5.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと「
And once again, we are back. This time for Game 4 between Elysium Aries and Grown Boys Clique. And once again, we've got another line of scrimmage between these two. And coming into this one, Grown Boys Clique, they need a lot more things to change to find a way into this one, because last time around, or even these last two games, haven't exactly been all that great for GBC.
Yeah, it was kind of very demoralizing watching that last game and the way it did, but it's not over, you know?
Minions have spawned.
The curtain hasn't fully dropped yet.
Got a new fresh start at the very least. We got a... I mean... Going around. Oh, wait. Hold on. I mean, staring intently at Nick Lowles and Nutty Nate. Considering they're kind of speaking in between there in chat. Maybe trying to organize a dance party. Not quite going to get that this time around. But, we got both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Coming in.
Sorry about that. Yeah, nice vision down as well, just to kind of push that forward. Know exactly where Lily is, track her efficiently. Know her camp spot side. That means you do kind of have to be careful if you're a Nightmare. Make sure that you don't get ganked early and put behind in a tough spot. But it also means that Gragas has to worry, say, about 315, 320. Did start tier, which I don't like. I really don't like tier start anymore. I think D-Ring just helps you out a lot more. Gives you a lot better stats than just the pure mana. Especially since they nerfed the Gragas sustain, specifically so he couldn't do tier start. But maybe it works out in his favor.
I mean, it allows you to spam Q a little bit more. I guess even then it's not ideal in terms of that mana usage. As Nick Lowles goes forward once again, not quite going to find the W there. The chains would pull back. 98 hits that one minion, but 98. It's
okay.
I mean,
nice body slam. Pushing forward here, it's just a really big tempo game. As much as we can't like to say it, really just depends on if Wukong is able to get something top, because if Aatrox is able to push in this Gragas and Gragas is 200 HP, no mana, he is just the easiest dive target in the world with that big hitbox.
Speaking, and it's definitely looking like that will be a certain thing that will be sought after if we're on the side of Elysium Aries. With how low their Gragas currently is sitting, it could be something that they claim. That being said, as we said earlier, both these junglers moving to opposite side of the map. Nutty Nate not quite going to be thrown back into that. These junglers hit both their scuttles at the same time. We will have a gank from Rigor. Nightmare
nice flash
forward. Will they find the kill onto hooked on plays? Will get the flash away on that as a result, but very overall well done by the side of Grown Boys Clique early on.
Nice, very well played there. Actually got a perfect rel double stun there. Fortunately not enough to force Kaisa flash, but you are able to get Alistar sums. So it's kind of a win there. You also did get the heal for the cost of a soul flash. So overall, a win for GBC.
And actually, if we talk about summoner spells, it was a bit... the exhaust there from Dark Lord Oswald was a bit of a wise choice, helping out a lot in that gank to reduce the damage coming through. Won't have that for the next few moments, but they will know, however, that... Wait,
Nutty?
Are we going off here? Nick Lowles is taking a lot of damage.
That was a really bad trade.
Oh, wait. Wait, Nick Lowles is insane? Going to force the flash out of Nutty Nate there. So back and forth there in the top lane. Keeping things interesting, but Rigor Mortis is here, and Nick Lowles is positioned quite far forward. Like, he doesn't know Rigor Mortis is here. Nick Lowles now Still has the flash available. Will he use it early? Is used, but is immediately traded back. Rigor Mortis picking up the first blood here in game 4.
Yeah, really questionable play from Nutty Nate there. Guess he does not know how much damage Aatrox can do early. Just kind of walked into a bunch of minions as well. Kind of forced that there. Rigor Mortis is able to secure
Nick
it.
Lowell's interested. He was keeping Nick Lowell's interested there for the moment.
Oh, but now this is bad for Rigor Mortis.
This is really bad for Rigor Mortis, who's now down to hardly any health. And without the flash, he really can't go anywhere. All he can do is just keep hitting OP kill switch to try to do as much damage as possible. Maybe heal up a little bit, but yeah, just not anything you can do there. On the Wukong, as that will be a kill going back straight away to Elysium Ares.
Yeah, and that's just the consequence of the play being forced there. OP kill switch is low though, doing these grubs solo.
Starting it up solo, does get the first one. Naor is here to stop it a little bit. The honey fruit going to do a lot, going to help a lot there, and will be all 3 grubs going over to the side of Elysium Ares to start out this game.
And still, Phoenix Codex on the side of Gragas, not exactly ideal. Mr. Isaac, would you happen to know the Smolder stack count?
I will give it to you in a moment. We're sitting
41.
at 41 at the present moment.
That's really good for Smolder at this point of the game, actually. The fact that he's able to contest.
Oh, Nick Lowell's finding a lot of damage onto Nutty Nate. Will get pulled back as well. Will ender popped, and that will almost certainly be the kill. Going over to the top laner of Elysium Ares there in the 1v1. Had to sub in today for Susurration, but has overall done a really good job in that role. Wait, headbutt pulverized by hooked on Flays. Nightmare will try to extend this one out a little bit longer as OP kill switch hops his way forward, going to find 2.
Oh, the
Building
flash!
Lullaby will be put to sleep. Nahor going down now. Rigor Mortis is here and it will be traded back. Tough Daddy also going to pick up the kill. So everybody's now down here for the party in the bot lane, but it will be more kills over to the side of Elysium Ares. 2-1.
Nice sacrifice there from Kill Switch, able to go ahead and get it, and then the mom just directly on Neela's head as soon as she looked up and just instantly gets burned. And really not ideal considering Smolder started cold this game and just hasn't been punished at all. Tough Daddy has just put himself in a place where it's really hard to punish him, constantly just pushing forward, doing as much as he can. Alistar just also disrupting that fight at the beginning as well to push it forward. And now this is the problem with the Gragas, where he does fall behind as well. OP kill switch is just invading. Isaac, is this starting to look bad? Are you starting to panic if you're GBC?
Definitely not great. If you're GBC, we'll put it that way. Nick Lowell's sitting 2 levels up on Nutty Nate. Rigor Mortis is here though. Explosive Cask will send Nick Lowell's over to Nutty Nate. Nick Lowell's low. Nick Lowell's down. Rigor Mortis claiming that one. Headbutt pulverized straight over to the bottom side of the map. Crash down used by Nori Horde. Keeping himself alive. Nightmare going forward, and the exhaust coming through onto Nightmare. Will it be enough to prevent the damage coming through? It will do a lot for now. Not finding much else there, but it is still, I mean, it hasn't been great from Grown Boys Clique, but all right there to find the kill onto Nick Lowell's and start to put at least some gold into. Oh, wait, hold on. Headbutt pulverize from Hooked on Plays on the flash forward. That being said, Nightmare will hop forward, does get the kill onto Dark Lord. Oswald doing really well there to pick up that kill. So, I mean, overall, really well done by Grown Boys Clique to start to turn this one back around. It didn't look great for them in the first 5 or 6 minutes, but they still have avenues back into this one. It's not completely doomed.
Just a complete misplay from Alistar there. You just fought there as much as possible, but I don't think you just needed to do that. That was just completely unnecessary. Your Kaisa had already used the ultimate. Nayla held the ultimate beforehand, so to not really get countered by the Kaisa ultimate, as soon as you walked in, you flash, you didn't hit the Rel. Rel just stuns your ADC, and Nyla just walks right past you. Really, really questionable Alistar play there, but it's okay so far. As long as Kaisa doesn't fall behind too much, it won't mean much in the end of things.
Will be a collector available for Neela. The first time around on those kills, feeling really good. On that, we do have the next set of grubs coming up, and it will be a commit. Oh, hold on, Nightmare going forward, finding a decent amount of damage on Dark Lord Oswald, but all the while, Tough Daddy will be completely pushed out of that lane, and it will be a trade of the neutral objectives this time around. Wait, Nick Lawls will try to push this one a bit forward, does pop the World Ender there, but upon seeing support moving up, we'll decide not to push for that one. So, yeah, as said earlier, trade of objectives, but more importantly, this will be 6 scrubs over to the side of Elysium Ares.
Yeah, and considering what has been happening right now, Nick Lawls
no longer has the World Ender, and Nahor is here. The explosive cast will have to be flashed away. It is a very good flash to keep himself alive for now, but that's still a lot. Use OP kill switch, use the lilting lullaby, and there's the Emperor's Divide to prevent the damage coming through, and now OP kill switch is in a bit of trouble. OP kill switch taken down, Rigor Mortis low, but still fine for now. Finally claimed by Hooked in Plays. The 1-for-1, but the shutdown going on to exactly who you wouldn't want it to see with Hooked on Plays. The Alistar not really going to be able to use all that gold all that effectively, and also certainly going down right about now as Sean Koo picks that up.
And
straight over to the bottom.
Action across this entire map.
It is, and Nahor's also close by. They're going to be the barrier used by Nightmare. Nahor will only have to be threatening there and give Dark Lord Oswald one option to head away, and will be the kill for Nightmare. So really well played by Grown Boys Clique across the map, but despite the kills that they're finding, they're still relatively even on gold.
Really unfortunate Smolder doesn't get that shutdown on Wukong. It actually would have accelerated him a lot more. Just the heal from the dead Lilia, the Triumph, is enough to make sure Wukong doesn't die to the Smolder auto attack. And now Alistar had to secure it, and while it is a tempo victory for GBC, I do like the fact that Nightmare is able to solo it right now and just push as much as he can here. This Nyla is the carry of this game. It will have to deal with the Smolder, it will have to deal with the Lilia. Hopefully, it will be enough with the Rigor Mortis Wukong Cyclones and the Shanku's Emperor's Divide. But right now, this is a lot better than we have seen from GBC.
Yeah, we were definitely looking forward to see what changes they would make for this one. They've currently found it. Nicolo is doing an incredible job here in the top lane. Wait, hold on. But Rigor Mortis is here. And so even though Nicolo's wins these 1v1s, once again, he goes in trying to find the solo kill onto Nutty Nate, but it's not a 1v1. And that will be another kill given over by Nicolo. Did I say he was doing great? Sometimes you say things and then realize
you cast or curse them. It's okay.
Yeah.
So despite Lilia having such a massive advantage here, it actually doesn't matter too much because Rigor Mortis has been getting all these kills just to supplement the gold income that he would have lost. Right? This is the main difference between, say, Game 1 Xin Zhao where he's down 40 CS, but he's 0-5, right? He's 4-2 here. He's able to continuously push his leads as well and make sure that the gold difference between him and Lilia is not that big of a deal, and should just start the Herald here and just get that working on it right now. No Lilia is bought.
Sean is hit by the Swirl Seed. Lilting Lullaby popped, won't find the bonus damage. Emperor's Divide will find OP kill switch on the wrong side of the map, but the tower aggro isn't quite enough. Pick up the kill there.
Perfect bowling ball from Lilia there, actually able to find it on there. Smolder just flashing forward, having to use every summoner spell to get this shutdown onto Azir. But it's 2 ultimates and flashes for an Azir flash and ultimate. Still worth for the shutdown itself, especially since you do get the Smolder stacks. I do believe he's at 130 right now, as Nutty Nate is currently dying.
Yeah, despite being up on an advantage in terms of kills and a lot of that side, Rigor Mortis doing a good job to turn that fight around to make this one not completely over. But even though Even though the amount of kills going over to the side of 98 and Rigor Mortis, uh, the amount of farm and just the matchup advantage for Aatrox is definitely carrying this top laning, despite, like I said, despite the amount of times it's gone the way of Nutty Nate and Rigor Mortis there, it's still very much Nick Lulz running that lane up top.
Yeah, already over 120, 140-ish stacks right now for Smolder. Almost 10 stacks a minute. It's just insane pressure right there. It's really bad. It means Smolder most likely is 225 before 20 minutes, depending on how it goes right now. And Nutty Nate is just so behind top that it's really hard for him to just kind of walk up and do anything and exist in this lane without Rigor Mortis there.
It will be second Drake over to the side of Grown Boys Clique. We saw that again in game 1. Which we bring back because that was the one that they managed to take off of Elysium Ares so far. To start to stack that up, we will get get another Mountain Soul. I believe this is the third one this series out of 4. Gotten a lot of them so far.
The first game was Mountain Soul. Second game was Infernal.
Third one was Mountain. Last one was also Mountain, I believe, right?
Really? Was third Mountain?
I'm pretty sure it was. We didn't get a soul, but
yeah, third
game
game
was a Mountain map. It was a Mountain map. I guess it is the. Okay, that was going for it. Oh, Nutty Nate flashing forward, explosive cast under the tower. Nick Lulz taken low, taken down. Rigor Mortis there again. Very explosive from Nutty Nate and Rigor Mortis once again to find a kill onto Nick Lulz. So even though Nick Lulz has been running this lane for the most part, he's still given over yet another kill and yet more gold over to the side of Grown Boys Clique. Keep this game relatively even in terms of gold.
Yeah, who needs farm when you can just farm this Aatrox? It's a bit questionable right now, though. Aatrox is just constantly just dying in really awkward spots. He knows that Nutty Nate has just been constantly getting help and yet just keeps walking up, constantly going for the pressure. Gets the first tower just because he has the 6 grubs and is able to just do that as well. But good punishments from the side of GBC to just constantly make sure that Aatrox just falls even further behind, technically. But it is going to take a lot more for this Gragas to catch up XP-wise.
You say this Aatrox falling further behind, but if you take a look at the gold, it is actually Nick Lulz. He's up on gold over Nutty Nate's. But I mean, I say that, but most of the gold has been going on to Rigor Mortis. So if we shift our focus over, that's still relatively even. I don't even mention it. I mean, despite all these kills going over the side of Grown Boys Clique, there's something that we saw earlier with them is that even if they do get these advantages in terms of kills, they don't really find much outside of that. Like, these kills are more so bringing the game level rather than pushing a lead, really.
Yeah, it's also just kind of, it's harder and harder for them to find a transition. I think that's the real issue with GBC that has been this series, is they know how to find the lead, they know how to find the kills to get ahead, they just transition poorly. And it just leads to suffering. As another flash.
OP kill switch. That being said, 2 members going to be put to sleep here. Hooked on Flays. Going to wake them back up early, so no extra damage falling onto those targets of. Oh wait, Cyclone will be huge, and the follow up by Nightmare also large. A lot of damage coming through. OP kill switch taken down. Nightmare's low though. Teleports coming through. Nightmare just has nowhere to go. Will dodge things out for a little bit longer, so Nightmare stays alive. Teleport from Nutty Nate. Trying to find his way onto Hooked On Flays to the low Hooked On Flays. But here comes the explosive cast. Will find the 2 that they need. Shut down. Going on to Nightmare. And another one getting picked up over the side of Grown Boys Clique. So despite these low health bars, despite how precarious their situation is, Nutty Nate comes up big there on the teleport play. And it is all going the way of Grown Boys Clique this time.
Perfect team fight. Excellently played from the side of GBC. It is a 4-for-0 on the side of GBC at that point. absolutely necessary for them to go ahead and find what they can this game. Played well by Rigor Mortis, able to just go ahead and do what he can, shut down the Lilia. She's out of the fight. Once we lose that pressure, the Alistar accidentally wakes them up both early, too much. No Kais is able to get a lot of damage in the fight, and then Nutty Nate takes a bad TP start and then translates it into a huge barrel combo. The trust in the team for GBC to go back in, give that shutdown of Smolder straight to Neela, and now this is Neela's game to carry.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic from Boys Clique. Not only did they find the majority of the kills there, not only did they find the fight, it did open up the map for them, taking 2 tier 1 towers as well, getting that extra gold, now sitting at a 2k gold lead for what I believe might be the first time this entire series with the Mountain Drake coming up. They're sitting at Soul Point now, unless if we can, I mean, there's no, they're sitting at Soul Point.
No, there's no
contest.
You can't contest. You can't.
They're sitting at Soul Point. There's no, they just.
Now the only problem is the Smolder. I do believe he is at 200 stacks.
Take a check.
205, yeah.
205.
Yeah, so Smolder already is starting to reach that point where
Rigor Mortis hopping forward. Cyclone onto Dark Lord. Oswald will use the Killer Instinct to keep himself alive and the shield. Second pop of Cyclone won't really find anyone.
Kill Switch
is in a bit of a, you don't want to be here, Mr. Kill Switch.
Wait, that's Baron. That's
Baron at 22 minutes. No, yeah, that is Baron. That should be. Full health bars, no jungler for Elysium Ares. Yeah, that should probably be Baron. I mean, Nahor taking down to about half health. I mean, it's a bit slow. I mean, the third one, you kind of expect it. Going to move forward. Mom will be called, finding a decent bit of damage early, but not really enough. Nahor taking low. Nutty Nate will flash forward. Does he find much, though? Not quite. And then now it's tough that he has hit 215 stacks. You can see the execute marks coming through onto whoever he damages. So Smolder has hit that point 22 minutes in that we look forward to, but still overall from Grown Boys Clique, but that is a certain point that maybe Elysium Ares can use to maybe start to turn this one around.
Oh my goodness. And just really horrible positioning from Killswitch. Reminiscent of game 1 where he flashed into the Ash Arrow to get knocked up by Xin Zhao. Nahor just finding a perfect fight there. Doing what he can there. Nutty Nate going for the ambitious flash play. Did not work out in his favor, but if it did, that would have been a huge crack in the game. And that would have been just the barrel flooding open as much as they can the gold for GBC. Are we going to game 5? Did we curse this?
Right. I think we leaked the script. I think we may have leaked the script in draft. It is a certain reality at this point. It is largely going to be still a 3.5k gold advantage over to the side of Grown Boys Clique. It's not necessarily over for the side of Elysium Ares. It's not necessarily as doomed as you might think. 22-minute Baron certainly isn't ideal as well on Soul Point, but in terms of straight gold, they're not too far behind, and they do think they have a few avenues in here. Rigor Mortis is here, though, taking the tower. Nicholas having to flash. Do they find the second Cyclone? Yes, they do. Hooked on Blaze is here. That is an incredible explosive cast coming through by Nutty Nate, and we see why this was banned away from him in Game 3. It seemed a bit odd at the time, but it is a great performance from Nutty Nate. Despite the struggle and the counter pick in that matchup in very difficult way. OP Killswitch is here. Lilting Lullaby will be dropped. A lot of damage coming through. Nahor's taken low. Mom called Nahor. Does he go down? The crash down should be able to give him the shield to keep him alive, but these health bars are as low as they are.
Ooh, will force damage from his ear.
Will force Grown Boys Clique to hop on out of there. And so, even though it's still very much Grown Boys Clique favored and very dominant from them, there are still moments from Elysium Ares that make you consider maybe, just maybe, they could find a way back into this.
That's really hard now. Wukong is so ahead now. Same items as Lilia, right? And that's just the problem with it. Wukong just got so ahead from the constant place top, the constant pressure top. Gragas now has Fimbulwinter already completed, starting to build the Zonius next. Hexdrinker already completed as well for the Nyla. Don't think that that's as necessary, but it's still a good purchase considering it would have given her her LDR now. But it's fine. Shadowflame also completed for the side of Azir, and really there is no MR on the side of Elysium. Oh no! Run, Nick. Okay, he's
I
able to
think
get
he'll
out.
be fine. Yeah, he's fine for now. But that does offer time and space in the mid lane for Elysium Ares to pick up the objective bounty, which is a decent amount of gold going back under their belts. We said earlier, Smolder has hit the 225 stack mark to start to do those executes, and even though it still has to be very sensitive from Grown Boys Clique, despite how well they've played, with especially with Smolder in the area, farming up there for free. Just kind of dance around this potential Drake. It has come up now, and since we are on Soul Point, we will almost certainly have a fight for this. Nahor using the Hex Flash to try to find a way in over the wall. Down to half health now. Rigamortis will start this one up. Do they find the damage? That's a huge amount of damage coming through for Grown Boys Clique. They find their way onto Dark Lord Oswald as well. Incredibly well executed at the start of the fight from Grown Boys Clique. And that's a Pinza kill. Nightmare Pinza kill. Dark Lord Oswald is not the only one to have one this season. And just in the regular season, Dark Lord Oswald was the only one picking up a pentakill there, and now he's on the receiving end one, on from Nightmare, and as we push in, this will be Game 5 here in the first round of Blue Water Diamond League between Elysium Ares and Grown Boys Clique.
Start the Silver Scrapes, baby! We're actually going to a Game 5. It was looking dire Game 3. GBC was straight up dominated, but the Nightmare Nyla pocket pick with the pentakill forces us into a do or die moment.
Wow. Beautiful from Grown Boys Clique to find that fight there. Obviously they managed to garner themselves a huge advantage. Nutty Nate and Rigor Mortis, they were looking kind of suspect there towards in games 2 and 3, and even towards the end of game 3, it kind of looked like Rigor Mortis just had a major mental boom at the end. We were wondering if GBC was even mentally there to try to force a game 5, and fair play to them. They executed they knew what they needed to do. They were able to reset game 4, and they played about a near perfect game in that one. And there's just not really enough superlatives for Grown Boys Clique to come back from what were devastating games 2 and 3 to look more than alive in this one.
Oh man, we accidentally leaked the script too early. Oh man.
We leaked it. Oh man, we leaked it way too early, man.
It was looking really damning. It was still, even CS despite all that gold as well. GBC was up 6 kills at one point, and the goldie was only 1,000. You were starting to wonder, is this just a game 1 scenario again, where they just slowly fall apart? And this time, Elysium just doesn't have any energy left in them. The Smolder just cannot be as proactive as these other picks are at 2-3 items. Smolder needs 4-5 items to be this monster threat. You can't be there if your team is dead. It's just also multiple misplays from the side of Elysium. They got too cocky, and now GBC has all the momentum going into Game 5 with no bans, Isaac.
Yes, that is the scenario with Game 5 in Fearless. No bans are going to be available for either of those teams, but when we come back, we will figure out what that means for the draft, because it will be the Game 5 draft between Elysium Ares and Grown Boys Clique. Don't go anywhere. We have an absolute thrilling end to this one coming up for you. And after what was a valiant return to form for Grown Boys Clique, we get straight away into this one. We will have the champions available. The same 6 bands have came through for games 1 to 4 in terms of the first 6. Ferris, Kog'Maw, Galio, Viego, Nocturne, and Zillion were all unavailable consistently through games 1 through 4 Glorstacks. And immediately, straight away, we get the Nocturne locked in by Elysium Ares.
Yeah, well, it turns out it's just gonna be whatever we want. Game 5 Fearless, just whatever, man. Just send it. That's all I gotta say. We just gotta send it at this point.
And I mean, considering these champions have all been selected away and intentionally diverted out of the hands of both these teams coming into it, it's good to see them available. But I do think it is a bit odd to see the Kog'Maw option immediately into the Nocturne. I will have to say, Nightmare going to be on that. Maybe not the most ideal there, but still a comfort pick that hasn't been available and an option there. Galio will be immediately straight away. These champs weren't available for us to see, and we're getting them.
Oh, are you ready for cinema? I am.
I'm ready for cinema.
We go Galio, Camille, Kog'Maw. We just go for that comp. We just roll them over as much as we can. Nocturne Sivir, though, is the response so far.
Zillion
and there is
also,
the Zillion.
Yep. Zillion hasn't been available for Elysium Ares. Now that will be the option that they take away. We're getting every single one of the champs that we haven't gotten. Well, maybe not quite. I mean, I doubt we'll see Viego for this one now that it's been picked up by Elysium Ares. But
you mean Nocturne?
Yeah,
because there's the Viego.
Oh, there's Viego. Now.
So Rigor
I mean, yeah, GBC can. Yeah, but yeah.
So GBC actually get the Nocturne and Zillion taken away from them, because that has just been constantly banned against them. But the problem is that when you take a champion that somebody is so comfortable with away, they know how to counter that champion because they know the champion's weaknesses.
Oh, Smolder have a slight issue there. It's not going to be available, but the option, however, will be Syndra, and actually Syndra, Galio support or top is fine, but Syndra Viego is certainly a very strong mid duo pick there for Rigamortis and Shonku on side of Clone Boys Clique, and Blind, I do like this option here that GBC has elected to go with.
Oh, well, there's no time to decide. You got 3 seconds left to pick. That's the problem with going this full Fearless and going all the way. And Elysium...
There's no second ban phase to wait. Tick down. 0. Hello? Is Draftlol broken? I think Draftlol broke.
I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Yeah, that's and they're talking in the client and they're saying Draftlol broke.
Draftlol broke. Okay.
Well, this is okay, so we're coming up with a solution since there are no bans for Game 5 that they will just announce their picks as they come in the draft, and they're saying, okay, so Jax Aurelia for Elysium Ares will be the 2 choices.
Oh!
So
Jax Aurelia,
I'm assuming mid into the Syndra as a counter pick is
okay.
I rate it.
We are having a time of our lives here. Irelia time? I think you just go... It's pretty much a full AD comp.
Malphite!
Yeah.
Malphite the choice from Nutty Nates. You kind of had to see it coming with those 2 AD picks. Malphite R5. Oh dear. Oh, it's... Oh, yeah. That was the option that was left open. Malphite. I do love to see the chat also going all announcing Malphite when they see that come through. Everyone had the same idea. And
This is problematic if you are on the side of Elysium. We are... R5 Malphite is
into full AD. Into full AD.
It is a killer pick here. It cannot work though. There is a chance that Syndra falls behind so early that the Malphite can't shut down Aurelia effective. Okay? There is a chance. But
Yeah, and then you could just ignore Malphite, right? Yeah.
surely this is not gonna be enough. Because now Viego Syndra is good early game. Jax Aurelius, or Nocturne Aurelius, sorry. It's kind of
Yeah.
conditional on their fights and what they have to choose. And I don't understand a really interesting way here. So this comp to me doesn't really work because of Kog'Maw, right? I don't really like the Kog'Maw from GBC. I think the Kog'Maw pick is really bad here.
I think it would have been better served as Varus with it,
Yeah,
as at least
Varus
in
is
terms of the
still
two,
up.
bands that they constantly faced. It's not the worst ever. I think what has to happen is that Nutty Nate has to use his unstoppable force mostly to peel the Kog'Maw. I think Nutty Nate has to know that not to ult deep into the backline, basically, and
I don't think if you are
give a
ulting
way
Sivir
in.
as Malphite, the fight is lost.
Yeah,
Because your Kog'Maw is getting Jax, Irelia, Nocturne all over his face.
yeah.
So
I think that's the main thing, is that Nutty Nate, and I'm fairly confident that Nutty Nate should know this. However, there is a world where Malphite sees, because sometimes you just get a bit itchy like that. We all make mistakes. You may make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo. You see the squishy target left alone, and then and then monkey brain kicks in, and then you realize that was dumb after you press it. But I mean, outside of that, this Malphite pick is definitely central to how Grown Boys Clique will try to win Game 5.
I really think this game is just dependent on what we can do here to make sure our Kog'Maw survives. It's difficult already just to make sure he survives. You do have the Galio, and while it is a good aggressive pick as well, we just kind of have to play sort of safe with it because it's just mostly a farming lane. Sivir can poke you, and if it is a Sivir poke lane where she is just able to constantly poke you down, push this Kog'Maw behind, it is really then up to Galio to try and do as much damage as possible to try to win these trades back. But oh boy, I mean, this is gonna be cinema no matter what.
Either way, before we send it to a break, who do you have taking this one, Lore Snacks?
Ladies and gentlemen, hashtag
what's the script?
GBC fighting. That's all I gotta say.
GBC. All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see if GBC take this one, or if Elysium Ares with their Aurelia pick being something you don't see all that often. If Tough Daddy can style on this pick, but we'll have to wait and see. When we come back, we'll have the conclusion between Elysium Ares and Grown Boys Clique. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. And for the final time tonight, we get ready between Elysium Aries and Grown Boys Clique in what has been an absolutely outstanding series. Oh, wait, straight away, Nick Lawls and Nutty Nate are going to be going at it. But before we get to that, they both recall. The mirroring there is kind of funny. But no, coming into this one, the story of it, yeah, it's been one of I guess tragedy and recovery from said tragedy. I mean, game 1 was absolutely tragic for Elysium Aries, having led a good portion of that to lose. Games 2 and 3 were frankly dreadful from Grown Boys Clique, and yet game 4, and so decisive, they managed to pull their heads together, have their mentals reset. And here we are once again, and we wonder into this one, Galore Snacks, just how this one's going to go.
I mean, it's crazy because if Elysium lose this game, it'll be how Elysium choked game 1 and the series. And it'll be how GBC stayed mentally tough the entire time to preserve a victory from the jaws of defeat.
And I thought you were going to go like the other way after that, because there's 2 potential results here. It's not just the one. But I mean, if you are on the side of, if you're going over to the side of Elysium Aries, if they take this, it's one of questionable performance once again to be able to. No matter how you look at it, it's the ability to reset after what was less than ideal circumstances going into it, and now we sit once again. Going to be Nick Lawls hitting level 2 here, first on the Jax, getting a pretty decent trade, but that's not why we've locked in Malphite here on the side of GBC now, is it?
Nope, it's not. Hashtag one result, as the chat would say. But I do think
they did actually say that, holy.
I do think that
Wait.
Nick Lawls, what we saw last game and how he was still able to perform and keep pressuring top is a bad sign for this going forward. Because I do think if Jax is just so ahead where he can just push the advantages, and look at what he's doing right now, getting deep vision into the enemy jungle just to make sure that Viego can't help save this lane. Now he knows Viego's not here, knows that Viego's bot side, he can just keep pressuring top as much as he wants.
You'll have to suspect that will be largely Jack's favorite, at least in the early levels, as we start out here if this does stay 1v1. That being said, junglers did kind of start opposite to each other and will arrive on opposite sides of the map. But it does mean that it is OP kill switch moving up towards the top side, though I don't suspect we'll see too much out from the Nocturne except for pushing for that level 4, because meanwhile we have what we mentioned in this mid-jungle duo of Viego and the Syndra coming through as Rigor Mortis is here. Tough Daddy's a bit too far forward, going to have to flash away, countered by Rigor Mortis. Flash for flash isn't enough. Shonku going forward. No, it's not. Tough Daddy stays alive, drawing 2 flashes from the enemy team. Very well done there, but all the while, Tough Daddy did have to teleport back to lane earlier in that trade. Obviously, Aurelia in the melee V ranged matchup not going to feel all that good, and so without that teleport available, it's not necessarily going to be great for Tough Daddy. Despite that, Nahor hopping forward, trying to taunt this one away. Hooked on Flays going low. Nahor doing a lot of damage, but Nightmare's too low to really do anything on the counter side here. Nahor going to have to flash away the bounce. Dark Lord Oswald also goes forward on the flash. Aurelia, first blood, Dark Lord Oswald. He said, Nightmare, last game you picked up your pentakill. You had your moment at the end there, but this time, it just might be the moment for the ADC of Elysium Aries.
And just to reiterate the play earlier as well, Rigor Mortis flash, but canceled his auto attack. And since he canceled that auto attack, Tough Daddy lives. If Tough Daddy died with no TP in that lane, oh good heavens.
Would have been not necessarily ideal, but as we move over once again, the 2v2 kill in the bot lane going over to the side of Elysium Ares does give them this early lead. Also, it is important to mention that Dark Lord Oswald has also started to pick up about a 12 CS advantage on that recall, and so Nightmare only going to be walking back with the Cole. Meanwhile, it'll be a pickaxe and 2 longswords for Dark Lord Oswald, so we'll be feeling good there in the bottom lane for Elysium Ares on the whole. So it's just a bit more to it than just the kill and that 400 gold.
Okay. First Dragon now already going to be started on this side of GBC. Just have great pressure.
Patty's in a weird spot without flash. Won't be CC'd there. And we'll actually end up being fine.
Yeah, really, Ultimate does give that damage resist early, so he doesn't really have to worry about it until too much later. That is Mountain Dragon, so no Mountain Soul.
No Mountain Soul this time around, even though we have had it a majority of the time.
Nightmare just walked onto it,
it
for the fun of it.
Really amount. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but it does, let's be honest, not going to necessarily amount to much. In that one, Hooked on Flays actually doing an okay amount of damage now that we get a better view on that.
Also, this is Viego's first reset. He has not, for the past 7 minutes, now just starting to reset right now, getting the Sheen, getting the Longsword as well as... Oh, there we go. We're back.
Okay. What is the... Ooh.
Oh, no. I was... it just got really laggy for me all of a sudden.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We'll pick up where we left. We're going to hop forward onto Nutty Nate, doing a decent
nice ultimate there.
And it's a solo kill for Nick Lulz onto Nutty Nate. Doing really well there in that 1v1. You did say it earlier that despite Nick Lulz giving over a lot of kills last time around, he was still better in that 1v1 despite the despite the deaths. And now without those early setbacks this time around, he's allowed free range there in the top lane, and that will be the solo kill going on to this Jax. And you said this could definitely be a problem and something that will counter the Malphite if they can draw them away, and well, they just might find that coming through now. Oh, wait, Nahor taking G. Nahor. Hey.
Oh man, but it's kind of a disaster early game for GBC.
It kind of is.
I don't get the mid pressure you want. Your ADC is down 20 CS already at 8 minutes. Sivir is just so ahead. You have a Kog'Maw who can't really be able to push as much as well. Top gets solo killed. And now Rigor Mortis is here trying to save what he can, but it's not enough, especially with Nocturne topside and having the paranoia. But we'll go bot instead, I think.
I mean, likely, I would probably prefer to see that a little more, at least some more emphasis to that, to really just make sure that Kog'Maw can't get into this one. That Nightmare can't have another moment where he pops off with a pentakill. You put the Kog'Maw further behind, and because really, I mean, outside of Syndra, Rigor Mortis can do an okay amount of damage. Shanku also, if they do find the right target, can do a solid amount of damage. But a lot of in these extended fights, you'd have to imagine, unless if Rigor Mortis gets the resets, the damages will be coming from Kog'Maw, which then does enable Rigor Mortis to be able to do Viego things if that does start out. But it is still kind of reliant on this Cog kind of starting to pop off. We're kind of sitting back now, 15 CS down, only the recurve bow and Cole in inventory. It's not feeling good if you're a Nightmare at the present moment.
Oh, Nutty Nate taking another bad trade. I mean, to be fair, Jax did have to get it.
We'll try to put this one out. Try to wait out the spell shield from Dark Lord Oswald not coming yet. And now here's the paranoia. A lot of damage coming through. Finding a lot of damage. Nahor will try to use the hero's entrance to keep his allies alive, but won't be able to there. Yet another kill going over to the side of Elysium Ares as they sit 3-0 now and 2k up at 10 minutes.
Oh, and it goes from bad to worse.
Oh, Nightmare's
the gank
taking
bot.
awfully low.
not
Nightmare's
able
not
to
in a
get what
great
they
position here
want.
either.
Oh,
I don't like this from Nightmare. Nahor also taking a lot of damage on the poke from Oswald. It's very tentative there for the two in the bot lane of Grown Boys Clique, but not only that will they be forced out of it, they're definitely going to lose even more CS on this one. It's not great early signs from Grown Boys Clique.
oh, it's really, really hard now for GBC to come back into this game. We saw this already. This was game 2. This was game 2. Elysium just straight up just beating them as much as they can. The early game not going their way. Viego not able to get the stun on Sivir, just scared of the spell shielding it, and it just really is just now troubling because now Nick is just able to be ahead on this Malphite. Sure, he may lose 1 or 2 trades, but at this point, the Malphite is already in a really bad spot without Viego's help.
I mean, not Viego. Malphite's still mostly there to... Oh my gosh, give me a second. You ever just feel like you've got to sneeze, but you can't wait before we go to that. Maybe I don't sneeze in the middle. Unstoppable Force will be popped by Nutty Nate to stop the advance there, as we do have 2 members, both junglers hopping up to this top side, trying to find them way in. OP kill switch not going to have the paranoia just yet. It is coming off cooldown in only a few moments. Will be available now if we do try to contest these grubs on side of GBC. No, it will have the lights turned out should they attempt this. Try to take anything back out of this. Hold on, Tough Daddy will find the sun on the Shanku. Decent trade there. But all the while, the main point out of that is that it will be 6 scrubs over to the side of Elysium Ares.
6 scrubs with Irelia, Jax, Sivir. It's
Sivir in the bottom lane is so much push.
It's okay, but game 1, Elysium had that lead and still lost. So you know what? Anything is possible.
Yeah.
I felt your hesitation there.
My hesitation came from the fact that game 1, there were definitely signs of life in like the first 7 minutes from Grown Boys Clique. They were actually the first to get the first 3 kills, I believe, at the very least 2, in even moments to really at least slow down the acceleration, or at least require that sort of acceleration from Elysium Ares to take a much longer time. But this time around from GBC, I'd say it's more reminiscent of that game 2 and game 3, where if you remember it was the Caitlyn Zyra bot lane that just completely pushed out Nightmare and Nahor, and I think it's a little bit more reminiscent of that, and so it's a little bit. It's difficult if you're Grown Boys Clique at this point. The advantage that Nutty Nate really had of picking this Malphite are kind of disappearing through gold, but here comes Rigor Mortis, who will be stunned up by the counter attack on Niklol, so they'll be fine now. And the Paranoia doing a lot of work to keep the top laner alive there. Really well executed from OP kill switch to help out his top laner there. Won't get an assist for that, but certainly worthy of a worthy sacrifice.
Yep. That's the problem with going game 5 and having all these picks available for you, Sivir.
Dark Lord Oswald.
It's you do not fight this, but Nightmare.
The barrier's through. Dark Lord Oswald is fine. Right. Well, it's just he does have the health. So now we move back up to the 4v4 here in the top lane, and it will be positioning for the side of Grown Boys Clique. They will take the Rift Herald. Nick Wall's down to decently low as well. But I have to imagine...
Well, they want to fight this.
They will try to fight it. Hero's entrance won't find any sort of CC, and Nahor will be prevented on the Justice Punch from getting out. Tough Daddy picking up that first kill, so it sits 5-0 on the kill score over to the side of Elysium Ares. All the while, it gives Dark Lord Oswald freedom in this bottom lane to pick up, I believe, was 3 solo plates there for this Sivir, but Syndra on her way to down. Shanku should be able to intercept the retreat of Dark Lord Oswald in just a few moments. retake of. I saw a flash down there from Dark Lord Oswald to get away. That being said, it's countered by Shonku, so 2 flashes. Spell Shield will keep Dark Lord Oswald alive for just a little longer. I don't know about that flash from Nightmare.
good heavens!
I mean, it's
Nightmare.
good from Shonku, but Nightmare, that flash.
Good heavens!
I don't know.
Oh, good heavens! Oh, greatest
That was,
heavens, Nightmare.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, so it's really, really bad for the side of Kog'Maw to lose that. Does have the cleanse for Jack's stun, Zillion stun, and Nocturne Paranoia. Oh, and Irelia stun actually, as well.
At least it was a pretty large shutdown going on to Shonku.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, Shonku has Seraph's Embrace. So, despite him being realistically the sole AP damage, he is not in a great position to do. It's really hard. It's hard. You know what? It's fine. GBC fighting.
It's fine.
It's
GBC,
fine.
It's the
GBC
comfort zone
fighting.
from Grown Boys Clique. We saw this last week against Art of War Esports. They were down to an open base, and they won Game 3, and so now they're here because of that. You know, it's never over for GBC until it's completely over. They're going to try to dive Nutty Nate, who will be kept alive for now, and as Nahor does get here, Lot is committed to try to find the Malphite, but they won't get that kill as Nahor does well to keep the top laner alive for now.
I don't want to say this. It is a nice try from Nahor with using the Justice Punch and the Flash. They took that interaction out a couple of years ago, Nahor. Just let you know.
Yeah.
Don't think you do, but it's okay. Really just kind of a botch dive there. I think 100% Malphite just dies completely if that dive is played a little bit better. So, no Zillion ulti, but Dragon is up in 20. They won't have it, but Paranoia is active as well. Nahor just getting slowed as much as possible, but if you are GBC, I think you unfortunately have to give this Dragon, which you really feel bad doing it, but maybe if you can get something mid for it, it's okay.
Kog'Maw is going to be the one driving the Barret. I don't know if this is the one. Hero's entrance will try to be used to keep Rigor Mortis alive.
OP kill switch flash!
OP kill switch will go in, and that will be a trade of kills there. But still, Surgeon going over to the side of Elysium Ares. Nahor with the Justice Punch back in. Nahor, what? Nahor! Oh, where? Nahor, what? Nahor, no!
Kill switch flashed out and get everything as he could, but oh great heavens!
Oh wait, Nicolo's all the while in the side lane just doing jacks.
Yeah, he just got a tier 2 top.
Yeah.
This is a great heavens moment. Great goodness gracious.
Hey. It's okay. It's the Grown Boys Clique comfort zone.
True.
This is where they're most comfortable.
This series all night for the past 5 hours. You know GBC gets better the more they're losing. The more they lose, the more confident they get. So this is their moment, okay? This is unironically the power scaling, okay? This is like Son
GBC
Goku.
comfort zone.
It's actually Son Goku right now, right? Like, Krillin is dead, okay? Krillin just got executed by Frieza. So right now, we're here, okay? Unfortunately, Boris the Shopkeeper is the most powerful enemy this game, I fear.
Is that a comment on Seraph's Embrace first from Shonku, or?
Unfortunately, it is.
Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling it might have been. It's certainly unorthodox from Shonku. Some would say it's
awful, this is the play?
No, wait, Nick Lowell is going to be in a tough situation. Unstoppable Force going to be dropped onto the Jax to slow him down, but still he's very tanky. Taken down to only about half health now. Flashing away, hooked on Blaze is here, and will keep his I don't know if that heal was necessary.
Oh,
but
there,
everything
and Baron's
yeah,
gone.
committed. Yeah, Baron. Unless
Baron.
wait,
Okay.
Nightmare's close.
Kog'Maw.
He can use the living artillery. Drops living artillery onto the Baron right here. Watch this. GBC. No.
Oh my god, it was not close.
No, it was
not close.
OP kill switch was there. It wasn't at all. I mean, yeah.
How does GBC losing this game 5 affect LeBron's legacy? Actually, true. It actually affects LeBron's legacy. You gotta stay positive, Isaac. Comfort zone, remember?
It's the comfort zone, guys. Being down
the comfort
10k,
zone.
I mean 9.5k gold at 21 minutes, down Baron as well. It's the comfort zone. It's exactly where Grown Boys Clique wants to. No, I mean I can only keep saying that for so long. This is certainly. It's
okay.
definite. It's
Okay. Your Kog'Maw is a little behind, but we do have port completed for it. Unfortunately, we have a Galio support, so it's not really able to peel a lot better. As Nutty Nate will.
He's the unstoppable force there to get out.
And that is realistically the only way GBC wins a fight, and they just had to use the tool to escape. So Nutty Nate cannot die here. He does have to do a lot in order to keep this pressure going for his team as well. And now Hooked will just...
Yeah, it's going to have to flash out of that stun. As another tower goes down on the side of GBC. Nutty Nate no longer has any more tools to escape. And BOL's going to pop the ult there, but not going to continue that any further as this siege... It's getting a bit unbearable on the side of GBC, despite how much I've been saying it's their comfort zone. It's not exactly...
hit Tough Daddy with a full combo and dealt 300 damage to it with a full Syndra EQW combo.
Yeah, maybe the Seraph's Embrace first on well, I mean, I say maybe not, but also 252 CS for Tough Daddy so far ahead. 2 levels as well will help a lot with that.
He is 11 CS a minute. It's really hard, especially for
Did Rigor
Mortis'
Mortis
Viego.
just walk up and flash and smite like a minion and walk away? You saw that, right? Like Rigor Mortis just walk up, smite.
He may be. Listen. We may have seen this from Game 3 Rigor Mortis when he decided to flash Q into a oh yeah, he just smited another one away.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Rigor Mortis may not be having a great time right now, actually.
I don't think anybody on the side of GBC is having a great time, and now straight into the back line goes OP kill switch, but he may have gone a little bit too far, will be kept alive by the Zillion, and now their counterattack from GBC comes through. First kill Rigor Mortis, second kill Rigor Mortis, 2 shutdowns, the resets, Rigor Mortis is insane, it's the 3rd one for Rigor Mortis, do we get another pizza kill maybe? Rigor Mortis coming through, Hooked on plays a bit too fast, goes Dark Lord Oswald, but hold on, Grown Boys Clique find a fight, it's just a bit too impatient, a bit too opportunistic from the side of Elysium Ares, and they're still, okay. They're still down 10k.
Isaac, I told you the comfort zone is real! A huge misplay from OP kill switch, not able to get any kills on the ulti there. Huge 3-maner from Nutty Nate going in. Nahor flashing in as well, hitting a good 4-man taunt. Irelia basically unable with no spells to do anything. GBC find a win outside the gates of their own base.
And it was definitely a very well fought battle from Grown Boys Clique, but as we start to move forward after that moment of brilliance from Grown Boys Clique, you take a look at the scoreboard, they're still down 9k gold. they're going to need a lot more than just one fight to really start to claw
You know
this
what?
one back.
Game 1 was just like this. I don't want to hear it. And this is the GVC comfort zone right here.
The GBC comfort zone. Okay, okay. I like it. I like it. We still have to wait and see if they can really start to develop this one into a way back in. But I mean, as we start to settle down a little bit now, they can't even walk into their own jungle. It's
Yeah, they did secure the drag just to make sure they get it. It is Chemtech actually. Oh, so the glitch is still in the game. So it is actually Chemtech Soul, not Ocean.
Not Ocean. Yeah, it's you know, small indie company.
Yeah, small indie company reporting record year profits. Oh, don't worry about it. Now, I mean, you get Baron again if you're Elysium. You know, you took the first one, you helped crack the base in certain areas, helped did as much as they can, but now it's just... Also, GVC has shutdowns. They're 9k down. They're like 10k down.
Wait, you're right.
Shutdowns.
Wait, there are shutdowns.
Can we be serious?
Wait, pause. Nahor is going to probably be caught out a little bit here. Rigor Mortis is in the area as well as the rest of Elysium Ares. Nahor is just dead. Nahor is just dead.
Nahor solo warding by himself. Rigor Mortis tried to offer him support, but it's just a pat on the back, emotional support, buddy. Good job. That's all he could really do. Tough Daddy.
Tough Daddy up a level and with a lot of farm may have pushed a little bit too far. Knows he had an advantage, but here comes the rest of GBC. And Tough Daddy almost certainly going down here. Can he at least trade one back onto Sean Koo? The Seraph's Embrace going to keep him alive, actually. And that's despite being 9k up, it will be a shutdown for Tough Daddy, and that requires everybody from the side of Grown Boys Clique to collapse only onto Tough Daddy. And it's a free Baron for Elysium Ares.
Oh no, it's their only play that they could do, and it turns into a great play with Tough Daddy. Now has the Terminus completed as well. Oh, it's so difficult now. Baron is up. No Syndra means that it's really, really bad. Trying to defend this. That Syndra execute is realistically your only chance of winning these fights later on. Mid inhibitor has fallen. But it's okay. GBC likes their odds.
Also down as they start to push in onto this top lane inhibitor. The amount of potential and the amount of power away from this group of four. We'll see the teleport from Tough Daddy moving over to the bottom side there with the massive wave building. And yet all 5 members from the side of Grown Boys Clique are barely enough to stave off Elysium Ares for now, so I wonder how they'll manage this one.
Oh no, they're gonna lose the inhib.
Yeah, as soon as Tough Daddy moves into the bottom side, that makes their inhibitor very vulnerable on hardly any HP at this point. I feel like that is going down soon.
Now this is the fight angle for Elysium. You know that Syndra's not able to really respond. This top inhibitor has fallen. Only a tower outer right now is left, is standing in that bottom lane. And now it may fall as soon as Irelia is able to push forward. Nocturne there as well. Is this over?
It is very close to being that way, unless if we see another moment of heroics from Grown Boys Clique. Not only will we need to see another moment of heroics from Grown Boys Clique, we'll probably have to see another 2 or 3 for them to be really well and truly back in this one. I mean, they've done valiantly to try to fight this one off with how far behind they've been, especially that last fight, but it's just more and more they can't find a way in onto Elysium Ares. And with the Baron push, the power of this Baron push that Elysium Ares has available for them, with how much pressure Tough Daddy can draw away from this group of 4, it very well might be untenable for the side of Grown Boys Clique at this point. They'll try to they'll do their absolute damnedest to hold on to this one, but straight away we see Tough Daddy pushing in onto that's going to be Rigor Mortis having to flash away, so that won't even be available for the jungler of GBC. Just another tool no longer in the belt, as Another inhibitor tower goes down as all 3 inhibitors are down for Elysium Ares 30 minutes in. They're sitting at 12.5k down, and it's looking more and more difficult for them to find really any way back into this one at this point.
Well, if it's a team to come back from this point, it's GBC.
It is GBC. If to be fair, if there is a team that can somehow do it, if there ever was a team that could, it is GBC. But it is also 12.5k gold difference.
Gold is just a number right now. Unfortunately, it is a very big number.
And
I think-
a very influential one as well.
I think this game is almost okay. You do have a Rage Blade on your Kog'Maw, but he's at 2.75 items and Sivir's at 4.5. And
Yeah.
I genuinely think with how Elysium played the first game where they had this kind of lead and threw it, and they got scared of making a mistake.
Oh, that is true. The part where they just kind of sit back and let a few of the members of the side of GPC find a way in. I mean, they weren't this far back in game 1, though, which is the thing. If they are to find a way into this, it will take a comeback of absolute mammoth proportions from Grown Boys Clique.
All 3 waves are now stacking.
Oh, Kill Switch will be stunned up. They're down to about quarter health. That being said, oh my god, Nutty Nate going to have to use the Nutty Nate's pretty much dead. As a flash, Nahor also flashing away. So more and more tools not going to be available for Elysium Ares, as they no longer have 3 flashes available for any sort of fight that they have to try to find. And with every single flash on the side of Elysium Ares up, Elysium Ares still not quite capable of ending at the very least. They're definitely taking their sweet time with this one to try to find a clean end, to really try to just choke Outgrown Boys Clique. But as you said, this is kind of how they tried playing game 1, and we saw what happened there. It'll be definitely a lot more tough as the inhibitor is back up and going to immediately disappear. Now.
Oh? I mean, it's still playable. Unironically, despite the massive unobtainable lead, they actually defend the inhibitor. But I really could just possibly end the game here.
No, they take it down there. There goes the inhibitor, but once again, we're really waiting on Elysium Ares to use this massive gold advantage that they garnered for themselves. And like you said, this is definitely reminiscent of kind of a few of the issues we had with them in game 1. Got a huge advantage.
There is no shot we are going to Baron when we triple inhib them, guys. Please do not. Oh my god.
We're backing off again. Wait, Baron is up. Baron is live. We're over at Baron. 3rd Baron.
Also, are you okay, Isaac? I heard the fire alarm.
No, this is more important. There are others at home with me that can take care of it. This is more important. I don't care that my whole world is burning down. We've got to get to the end of this one. We've got to get. It's because this series. It's because GBC are cooking so hard, right?
Yep,
GBC are cooking so much. GBC have cooked so much that they literally started a fire in my house that someone else is taking care of. It's okay, guys. I will more than likely be fine if I suddenly disconnect. It's cool. No, it's fine. There are other people here, and the fire, the alarm has since gone off, and so it's more than likely okay.
Okay, well, I mean, our Syndra somehow has damage. We have Rabadons with the Elixir of Sorcery, as well with the Storm Surge, so I guess Syndra can now start doing damage at this point. I think we need to make this like
Hurricane for Nightmare as well.
Thoughts on making this a BO10, actually, Mr.
BO10?
Yeah.
I think it would need to be an odd number of matches, so it'd say BO11.
No, so we can tie.
So we can tie? Okay,
Yeah.
I can maybe get behind this. Who advances in the result of a tie though to play Kuma Sabers?
They rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, and there's the next inhibitor coming right back up, and straight away, gotta imagine that it goes down once again. More inhibitors. They're back. But all the while, it's been very hesitant
insane
from
that we are
Elysium
still
Ares.
like
guys, come on, guys. Don't let Tough Daddy get poked out here. He's taking a little chunk there. Should still probably be okay, but there's just that little voice at the back of your head going to Elysium Ares like, guys, come on, let's not allow GBC back into this one. This would be far more mental destroying if it does.
You know what? The troops of Stalingrad shall hold, and GBC will hold with them. This is their moment.
Oh, there it is! The double forceful finds him! Do they get the kills? Do the kills fall? No, they don't! And the reset coming through! It's not quite. Oh, it's. Oh no! Oh, it was almost.
Win.
Oh, I thought for a second there that GBC might have found the fight. They got very close, but the redemption came down. The heals came through. Hooked on Flays kept his team alive with the chrono shifts. And, you know, it was a valiant effort from Grown Boys Clique. They took it a lot longer than what probably should have been or what you had expected. But Elysium Ares, after 3 Barons, after taking 5 inhibitors that game, do finally close this one out and do advance to play Akuma Sabres next week.
Oh my goodness gracious, look at the damage charts. It's 46, 45k damage Sivir.
It is a 45k damage Sivir.
How
Sivir, wait, quick math.
This is unbelievable how little damage we fought.
Yeah, okay, it was not quite double the damage from Dark Lord Oswald compared to literally everybody else in the map in the match, because Nutty Nate did actually get slightly more than half the damage out on the Malphite. But it was a long time coming, we had to feel. And it was good. It was good from Grown Boys Clique to really hold on as long as they did. That game probably normally shouldn't go over 36 minutes. Should not go 3 Barons. So at least Grown Boys Clique, they went down fighting. They went down fighting hard, and they all. I mean, even in that last fight, they just barely didn't have enough to get over the line. Honestly, it was the chrono shift.
Bro, if they
Hooked on
actually
Blaze.
won that fight, I would have been so upset with Elysium. I'm gonna be so 100% real with you. There is no shot we throw another 10 plus K gold lead again.
Yeah, well, it wasn't quite there for Grown Boys Clique. As close as it was, despite the gold difference. But yeah, congratulations, Elysium Ares. Well done for Grown Boys Clique to take us to 5 games.
MVP.
Dark Lord Oswald MVP game. Yeah. I could.
I mean, who would you call your series MVP? I personally think it's
Point
Dark
taken.
Lord. Okay,
Point
I think
taken. I hadn't
necessarily.
necessarily considered all the options up until that point, and then I thought about it, and I was like, okay, yeah, fair. Dark Lord Oswald, especially in that final game, coming up big there for Elysium Ares. But I think with that absolute marathon of a series, we will send it out. Thank you everyone for tuning in for this week of Blue Water Diamond League. And we got treated to an absolute special one, but I've been Isaac. Alongside me has been Glor Snacks this week, behind the scenes, running the production, Wookie Monster. We want to say thank you to everyone here at Blue Water League, and we'll wish you a good night.
Good night, y'all.